Iată ce aici. Poftim.
Și în tigaia aia ce aveți acolo?
Niște ciolan.
Eu cred că ciolanul ar trebui să fie pe steag. Îl scoatem vulturul,
Bravo.
îl punem ciolanul.
Uite foarte bine, putem să facem un proiect de lege cu treaba asta?
Te rog eu frumos să ocupă de că fac eu rost de semnături.
Deci mă duc la domnul prim-ministru și că am văzut că se mai schimbă legea. Se poate.
Dacă îl găsesc, e plecat.
Deci punem ciolanul în loc de vultur. Așa să ne ajute Dumnezeu.
Cumva. Și stânga și dreapta, o ceapă spartă.
Da. Bobo, l-am întrebat și pe Mihai mai devreme. Fii atent. Cum ar arăta personajul tău dacă ar fi într-un sat din Elveția? Dacă acțiunea s-ar petrece acolo.
Iată, Bobo.
Arată foarte bine. Genial. Dacă personajul Bobiță ar fi în Elveția?
Da, într-un sat din Elveția, într-un cătun din Elveția, să zicem.
Ar avea niște vaci. Multe vaci.
Ce mi-ai spus? Ce ai vrea să fii
zis că
tu?
aveam o pereche de șpil.
Lasă, de ce nu puneți pe asta lui Pupăzan să tăia?
Avem și pe poftiți. Stai că am și tacămuri.
Da, mă, dă să tăiem pe un
Stai
ăsta să
puțin,
vedem
da,
ce
mă,
are.
bă.
Organizat. Noi am făcut toată mâncare. Unde stă cămurile?
Unde stau tacămurile așa? Ia dă tu asta la o parte de aici, că nu mănâncă nimeni
Așa e de
vinete.
ziua românilor. Mai întâi se bea, după aia se mănâncă și după ce ai băut nu mai găsești tacămurile.
A fost greu la început?
A fost greu, dar mie îmi place focul, fumul alea.
Să mai vin?
Da.
Cu mâna goală,
Ciori. Adică mergem pe tradițional. Nu e absolut nicio problemă.
pe ce parte?
Mai înțeleg.
Ziua Națională a
De ziua României să fie sănătoși și să susțină afacerile mici locale, cum ar fi cârciumile care de-abia, credeți-mă că ne-au omorât cu taxele și impozitele care, chiar dacă eu și apă și beri, dar să știți că sufletul meu, la mulți ani să trăiți numai bine la toți românii.
Doamne ajută. Doamne ajută.
Da.
Și Costi? Ce
Costi,
urare ar
adică a
face?
fost
Stai
Bobița
puțin,
asta.
nu. Ce urare ar
Zic că
face
nu-i normal, bă.
Costi? Ce urare ar face Gianni românilor de 1 decembrie?
Băi, am zis că mă lași, bă.
Vezi?
Iau pe asta.
Deci, multă sănătate și bucurie, să vă fie casă acasă, să vă fie masă masă. Sănătate că e mai bună decât toate, cum ar veni. Și la mulți ani.
Fir întins la cât mai mulți kilometri. În toate domeniile. Numai de bine și la mulți ani.
Da, ca să avem kilometri ăștia mulți, ar trebui să avem și autostrăzi, teoretic, nu?
Da.
Merge și cu pădul național, dar trebuie să ai mașina.
Jeep.
Da.
Să fie
Să
Jeep.
fie bine sau să nu
Să
fie rău.
fie Jeep.
Dar
Ce-
n-aveți ansamblu?
Ansamblu, nu. N-avem, că n-am avut buget.
Mai
Dar
bine.
ansamblu și oricum avem ansamblu în emisiune, ce ne mai trebuie? Atât de
Aveți în
ansamblu.
emisiune,
Avem.
bineînțeles.
Plus că voi, noi a trebuit să facem liniște, că voi ați filmat mai devreme, puteam să facem gălăgie, veneau ăștia, făceau pe aici ca toate alea. Dar în schimb ne-am îmbrăcat noi. Dacă vrei, fac un călușarul, una, două.
Stai bă, stai bă.
Mai să rupe alea.
Dar zi
N-ai cum
sincer,
să
asta
stai,
tu ai plătit sau măruță?
Hai să trecem peste subiect.
Da, să vă taie piciorul să...
Vă zic sincer,
Ei au plătit.
vă zic sincer, mi-a dat niște bani, mi-a spus un plic
Ceva, niște, dar ce aici e desfășurat de...
Mi-a zis, băi, nu te duce cu mâna goală acolo.
Dacă
că
se
mă
poate,
faci
aș
de
vrea
râs.
să testez și eu puțin ce este
Sigur
aici,
că da.
ce produs avem.
Stai
porc?
puțin, să
N-am
punem
mâncat
asta
niciodată, sunt foarte curios. Bucata asta mai arsă, mai prăjită, dacă puteți să o puneți puțin pe grătar, doar să se încălzească.
Doar să se încălzească.
Sunt curios dacă ați lăsat-o cât trebuie, că de obicei...
Iese crud.
Da, eu am făcut foarte mult
Bucătărie,
da, și
gata.
am rețete...
Straturi.
E bine?
Da, e foarte bine, ați făcut cum trebuie acolo. Dați-mi
Da.
un șor
Fără
sau ceva,
plastic.
ce e aici?
Muștar.
Un sos de muștar, da.
Ia.
Dar să știți că la de piper verde merge și cu porcul, adică nu se ceartă de obicei.
Piper verde. Încearcă. Nu fi nebun.
E moale, zici că e pupulete.
Eu am mai mâncat odată înainte și nu mai pot.
Da.
Deci am fost și mai
El a
devreme
pus
că eu
asta,
trebuia
a venit mai
să am
devreme,
gustat
doi
ca să nu
filma.
vă otrăviți, îți dai
El
seama.
asta face tot timpul.
Aici este a treia porție de fasole.
Și ciupecile
Atât am de comentat. A treia. Și la masă nu se vorbește.
Așa pentru cei care au probleme.
Doamne,
Extraordinar.
Doamne, cum e asta, bă.
Extra. Mamă, dar asta e foarte bună.
Cu sosul ăla să e
Porcul,
foarte
dacă
bun.
nici porcul nu
Costi,
e bun, cine e
Ia
bun?
o bucățică de aia și întinde în sosul ăla.
Îmi pare rău că n-am știut că veniți, că ne pregăteam și noi și...
Nu, lăsați. Lăsați.
Da, nu, de... Mari!
A fost plăcerea
Aveți și
noastră.
noi niște Eugenii de la noi.
Niște napolitane de alea vraf.
Niște mere. Da, sunt mari niște pufuleți.
Mititelo, por favor.
Au venit oamenii ăștia acolo, noi nu dăm nimic.
Senior, un mititelo, por favor.
Eu mici nu servesc pentru că nu prea mănânc mici de obicei. Foarte rar, adică toată ziua națională. Mai mult de duș.
De pe grătare.
Da.
Cu degețele de două. Nu.
S-a calificat în finală?
Acum ne obligați, vă dați seama, noi cu filmarea avem un regim de viață aici altfel și acum ne obligați o oră să mergem în sală unde avem gym, că avem și sala
Da,
făcută.
gym aici.
Ne bagă pe bandă,
Da.
ca să scoatem ce am degustat aici, că nu se poate filma, că se vede la televizorul cum îngrașă.
Cu 4-5 kg, 10 chiar.
Da, de-aia e bine să nu te uiți, adică dacă crezi că pui pe tine, nu. Că avem niște caserole, ceva care țină cald până acasă. Că
Da, am adus și
vreau să
caserole.
duc la niște copii, am 2 copii.
Bineînțeles, avem și caserole. Avem și caserole.
Da.
Șef, parcă aveai și o plăcintă?
Ei, nu. Nu.
A uitat de ea. Stai puțin. Uitați de
Păi cum se face? Se rupe, nu e frumos, nu?
Mari!
cu carne.
Spune-le aici.
Rupe turta!
Era clasic.
Imediat mă întorc. Mari!
Adă niște pufuleți, că merge cu plăcintă.
Da, imediat. Pentru că oameni suntem, pufuleți mâncăm.
Mulțumim frumos.
Șef, puțin pe grătar așa să se încălzească că ei sunt rece acum.
Mulțumim frumos, avem pentru toată echipa.
Pentru toată
Șef, pune
echipa.
acolo. Ține.
Aerat, vă rog, gustați. Ia, șef, ia, gustați.
Altceva, nu?
Și am aerat cu cartoanele.
Secretul
uite așa.
succesului, că întreabă lumea de ce
Mare.
de 12 ani la sfierbinți,
Dacă
numărul 1.
aveți-
Uite,
Pufuleț cu trufe.
saci întregi de pufuleți și napolitane, dar
Dacă făceam cu trufe, Hollywood,
Hollywood.
Massachusetts.
Auzi, eu zic așa.
Da.
Să le zicem la mulți ani oamenilor.
La mulți ani tuturor
și să ne
românilor.
punem pe mâncat, da?
La mulți ani, multă sănătate. Să fiți sănătoși, de fapt asta contează,
Asta
să ne meargă
contează.
bine ca țară.
Și nu numai.
Și nu- Da. Zi, Costi.
La mulți ani, asta.
Chivule, am mâncat, dar n-ai zis o vorbă.
La mulți ani România, la mulți ani Pro
Dar
TV!
acolo în cameră.
Vă mulțumim să aveți o lună extraordinară, un
Sănătate,
Crăciun frumos, sărbători
sărbători
frumoase,
fericite
tot ce
și-
trebuie. Ca să putem să bem și să mâncăm.
Hai să oprim filmarea.
La
să
mulți ani și nu
mănânce-
măruță.
La mulți ani,
La mulți
Măruță.
ani, sănătate,
Doamne
Doamne.
ajută.
Mulțumim pentru
mulțumim.
atenție. Nu trebuia lăsați.
La mulți ani trăiască, la mulți ani trăiască, la mulți ani. La
Dacă
mulți
nici el nu
Hai, mă,
știe.
ce
vă spun.
A fost și la vocea României. La
Da.
Oricând, 50 de lei, nunți, botezuri, omul o oră vă face că știe versurile.
ziua bună,
Ești
De
acolo.
la tată,
de la mume,
de la...
frați, da. Hai, cum a intrat vocea de la surori,
Ăsta e solistul.
de la grădina cu
Și acum tot ea, și ea, ia.
Au.
Nu, ia, intră vocea aici.
De la frați, de la surori, de la grădina cu flori.
Da, sunt 3 aici, acasă.
Bravo,
știți.
bravo.
Și...
Bravo.
Ia aici.
Da, uite.
Ce calța.
Și pentru oamenii care te știu de la Vocea României, doar așa un scurin. Na 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 na
Na na na na na na na.
You know, people of Nas.
Atenție la versuri.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
Și aici intră în engleză.
Na 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 na.
Engleză, da.
I love
you, baby. Deci vă spun, aici când a făcut Loredana infarct,
Ce amintiri.
amintiri frumoase. Deci,
Au rămas înplântărite în
Da.
creierul în care
hai
nu
să-l
mai
luăm,
scap.
să-l
Da, hai.
Hai să
încercăm
punem la casă.
conectăm iar la
Să
aparate.
mâncăm,
Da.
să, da.
El e foarte greu. de
Eu
mâncat.
vrei să oprim filmarea, vrei să mâncăm
Nu,
liniștit?
mie doar să opriți niște țuică, niște alea, că mă, ca să ai frig, e în decembrie,
Da, ăștia și ne vedem mai...
vorbim mai.
Mersi frumos.
Hai că și eu, așa de la mine, așa.
Vă mulțumim frumos, Doamne, ajută, la mulți ani încă o dată.
La mulți ani! Haideți să trecem la masă!
Ale roță și noi,
Vezi, Costi, că frige.
la cum să iau.
Iau și pufuleții.
Multă sănătate, multă sănătate.
Ia și florile, ia și florile.
M-am mâncat pescăruși și fasolea. Să nu stați sub copaci, să mă acoperiți.
Păi și noi ce facem?
Hai mă să mâncăm pufuleți.
Păi și noi ce facem?
Ia frate pufuleți, că atât ne-a mai rămas. Dar de știu,
Alo, mă, măcar un pufulete și mie,
vină,
mă.
mă,
Păi de unde? Nu fasole, nu mititei, s-a dus tot.
Punem pufuleți pe grătar.
Pune aici, aia e.
As our story now continues back on Beerus's planet with the Grand Priest shown moments away from making his grand announcement to all those who were present, as with all of the remaining gods of destruction now beginning to assemble as each and every single angel was shown bowing was when the Grand Priest went on to respond, "Today marks a momentous occasion in the annals of our cosmic history, for the Omni Kings, in a decision that reflects their extraordinary vision, have enacted a change that will redefine the very fabric of our multiverse as we know it. And as I relay this news to you, my heart swells with excitement and anticipation, for I know that the implications of this will echo in the corridors of every corner of the universe," the Grand Priest continues, "and very soon I will extend this grand announcement to our remaining gods of destruction and angels, but it is you, our distinguished guests here in Universe 7, who will be the first to hear it. So welcome all, both angels, destroyers, and our wonderful mortal guests over there, for I now require your full and undivided attention, please," to which, as Reno was then shown having to walk past Gardox, was when the god of destruction Gardox went on to respond, "So do you feel more accomplished now that you were able to go about your business and defeat Lord Champa in battle, Reno? Because I sure do hope that you know that this changes nothing between us," Gardox continues, "because if you were still to assume that you are truly the mightiest god of destruction among the rest of us just because you were able to take down that loudmouth, then I want to assure you that you, my dear old friend, are sadly mistaken and extremely delusional," with Reno responding, "Do not go and overstep your boundaries here, Gardox, because I'll have no problem doing onto you just as I was shown doing onto him. And for the last time, that's Beerus, you ridiculous little troll, not Champa." In which moments later, as all of the other gods of destruction were then shown having to bow their heads, was when the Grand Priest went on to chime back in, "Excellent, well alright then, and now that everyone has gathered together, it's time for the message to be delivered. And although I understand that what I'm about to tell you all will come at a sudden and surprising shock to you all, but just know that none of the following information that will be conveyed is without cause or reason." In which, in the meantime, when then going back on over to Beerus and seeing as to how Beerus was finally able to move and attempting to now be shown standing back up, was when Beerus then went on to say to himself, "Oh, how utterly embarrassing. How could I have allowed for something like this to even happen? And to think that I, of all destroyers, would find myself bested in battle by Reno, as it feels so inconceivable, for I always believed that my unrivaled strength and my ability to stand toe-to-toe with any challenger would go unmatched. And yet here I am. Oh, but this isn't the end, for this will be my ultimate opportunity. An opportunity to reassess and strengthen my resolve and rise again, stronger and more determined than ever. Mark my words, Reno," as Goku then went on to address the Grand Priest by then having to respond, "Hey, wait, so if this big announcement that you're getting ready to reveal comes directly by the Omni Kings, then don't you think that they should be here to also be a part of this moment too?" with the Grand Priest responding, "Well, actually, to be fair, Goku, the Omni Kings are far too busy enjoying their brand new Budokai video game to pay much attention to, which is why I am here to make sure that the message goes through just as I had promised them. But nevertheless, as massive as one may assume for the multiverse to be," the Grand Priest continues, "it would only now appear as though the multiverse has just gotten bigger, especially with how passionate the Omni Kings are in always trying to find of new ways to uphold their entertainment. And so, with that being said, those who currently exist among the now 18 universes will soon come to find out that they are not alone, for there are more, and if they just so choose, could go about by introducing and bringing forward many, many more," as Whis went on to finally address Beerus by then responding, "Well, despite the outcome of what was just shown taking place here, my faith in you had never wavered, my lord, for you did the best that you could with the situation that you were placed in. But please, allow me to assist you in your recovery and heal you, Lord Beerus. For I want you to know that you fought valiantly against Lord Reno, and I am here to help you regain your strength, as I know that this setback is merely just a temporary one, with Beerus having to respond, "Don't, Whis, though I appreciate your offer, this is a burden that I must bear alone. For it wasn't Reno who had defeated me, but rather I had defeated myself," Beerus continues, "as it's clear to me on what I have to do, for I will face Reno again, mark my words. He'll see, they will all see, that much I can promise," as the Grand Priest then went on to continue. Now, to further clarify, the Omni Kings, after careful consideration, have decided to address the imbalance that was caused by the resurrection of the 6 previously destroyed universes. And because they had been made aware, they have deemed it to be fit to bring into existence 2 more universes in order to keep things even, as they figured that 20 would be fair. As this decision itself was not taken lightly, for the creation of a universe is a sacred and monumental act in reflecting the profound will of the Omni Kings to maintain order and symmetry within the multiverse, the Grand Priest continues. For these new universes will not only restore symmetry, but will also bring forth new life, new possibilities, and new experiences to our ever-expanding tapestry of existence, which also happens to include 2 new gods of destruction along with 2 new angel attendees as well. And although recently created, these destroyers are not without great wisdom and unimaginable power, so do bear that in mind. My sincere apologies for not being able to greet you any sooner upon your arrival onto my planet, Your Majesty, Beerus went on to bow by uttering, "for I was simply caught up within the moments before being able to get to you," with the Grand Priest responding, "Ah, there you are, Lord Beerus. Apology accepted, but I do hope that you are able to clean yourself up in any case." But to go back to what I was saying, there are many worlds and many timelines which many of you may not even think were to exist, some of which that may happen to contain destroyers who have been corrupted, while others which may even house mortals who were able to reach angel levels of power, along with mastering the power of a god of destruction themselves. That, fellow gods, is the beauty of life. But here in this timeline, I will hereby go and open the first seal by introducing you all to the first of the 2 new gods of destruction, beginning with Universe 19, which was created and put together by none other than the future Omni King, while the present Omni King went about by putting together and creating Universe 20. And in the grand continuum of existence, where parallel timelines and alternate dimensions offer limitless possibilities, the creation of these 2 new universes is a significant event meticulously orchestrated by none other than the Omni Kings to ensure proper balance within the multiverse. And so, I would like to hereby present the first of these new worlds, beginning with Universe 19, which the future Omni King refers to as the Fearsome One, with Universe 16's God of Destruction Ferrix responding, "Timelines and worlds which may carry over mortals wielding powers above gods and rivaling that of angels." Interesting. As Gardox went on to chime in, "Well, I highly doubt for any of that to be true due to mortals being incapable of maintaining such power, but I'm rather more curious about these other new gods now," as the Grand Priest went on to continue. And so without any further delay, I call upon Universe 19's angel attendee Vini and its governing god of destruction Tigron to come forward and introduce yourselves to your fellow gods and mortal guests within Universe 7. Oh, and please do note that this will be the first time outside of myself and the Omni Kings themselves who has seen and greeted these 2, the Grand Priest continues, with of course the exception of the angels, whom already know of Vini of course, but nevertheless we welcome you. In which upon that very moment, as the god of destruction Tigron was from there shown having to step forward, was when Goku went on to then respond, "Whoa, are you able to sense that wild level of power as well, Broly? So this is one of the 2 new gods of destruction that the future Omni King had decided to go and create? Oh wow, and this guy is just as big and even meaner looking than those other gods too. So this is him, the new god of a new universe?" Broly questions. Amazing. To which seconds later, within that very moment, as both Universe 19's Angel Vini and Universe 19's God of Destruction Tigron were from there shown having to emerge, was when this had now become the very first time that anyone else outside of the Grand Priest and Omni Kings had seen or met them, as the Grand Priest went on to then continue. "And now, fellow guests, I hereby want to introduce you all to Lord Tigron and his angel Vini. As foreseen and esteemed by the future Omni King, this deity represents and is the embodiment of both fearsomeness and rationality. a rare combination for his actions, while also deemed to be extremely aggressive, are always underlined by a sense of profound deliberation and unwavering acceptance, the Grand Priest continues, and is put together by the future Omni King. Universe 19 ranks among the top 3 in not only having the highest ranking mortal levels among all of the other universes, but is also considered to be a universe that houses the greatest training domain for its existing life forms as well, deeming this as the combat universe. So a supposed destroyer with proper balance, is he? Destroyer Grizzlor went on to then question. And what is that supposed to mean for the rest of us then, huh? For I don't sense anything different about this destroyer, but there may be a deeper and greater level of power that he's more than likely masking beneath the surface. Well, a combat universe, huh? Destroyer Primos went on to chime in. Well, so what? For this god of destruction had never engaged against any of us to truly scale, and so I'm not worried about this one here one bit, for we should all already know as to who the real strongest among the gods truly is, as I highly doubt that it's going to be this one here, as the god of destruction Garnox went on to chime in. So you're a fearsome destroyer god, are you? Well, you don't seem to be scaring anyone here, which only makes me wonder more about what you stand for. Are you really as good as the Grand Minister makes you out to be, or are you simply a trophy with no real substance? I don't know about this one, fellow gods, with Garnox being shown walking on over and kicking Tigron in the leg. Well, if you're so fearsome as they say, then why don't you go and show us as to just how fearsome and all-powerful you really are then? Go on and give us a demonstration of why we should even give you the time of day, Destroyer. Go on, don't pull a Beerus here, big guy. Come on, go and do some. But then, it was just from out of nowhere the moment Tigron went on to lean on down by roaring in Gardox's face was when Tigron then went on to shout, "Touch me again and I will make sure that it'll be the last time that you come in contact with anything ever again, God of Destruction. Now, unless you wish to be destroyed, then get out of my face." Whoa, man, that Universe 19 God of Destruction sure does look like a very mean one, especially with that really loud roar of his. Goku responds, with Whis chiming in, yes, as it doesn't appear like Lord Tigron is willing to put up with any sort of games that the other destroyers might want to play with him. No, which only reminds me of the time when all destroyers were seemingly like this one. Fellow gods of destruction, I am Lord Tigron, ruler of Universe 19, and the latest to join your ranks after proving myself to be worthy of being named a god of destruction. However, do not mistaken me for a mere newcomer, for my capabilities in the art of destruction and combat are unmatched, standing at a level that some of you might aspire to but may never reach. And though I come here without the desire to start trouble, I assure you that if trouble were to find me, then I will leave nothing left of it by the time the day has passed. And so do not mistaken me for an amateur, as the god of destruction Primos went on to then question, oh look, do you hear that, Grizzlor? Looks like we indeed have some competition now, with Grizzlor responding, yes, maybe we do, Primos, but we'll be the judge of where you stand among us, Lord Tigron, so we'll see. And so now then, fellow guests, for last but certainly not least, I would like to hereby call forward Universe 20's God of Destruction Ligor and his fellow angel attendee, Jindro. For the present Omni King had went and designed this world to be a world of peace, but also incredible and untold power, in which within that very moment, as both Angel Jindro and Universe 20's God of Destruction Ligor were from there shown having to step on through, was when Goku then went on to respond, whoa, are you guys able to sense that really strange yet extremely dense energy too? As seconds later, with Universe 20's God of Destruction and Angel now shown having to step fully through, was when the Grand Priest went on to chime back in, and there they are, for I hereby welcome you all in meeting Lord Ligor and his angel Jindro, for it was as foreseen and esteemed by the present Omni King that this deity represents and is the embodiment of absolute destruction, for this god was forged into being the beacon of what true balance and power stands for, along with being known as a fearsome deity who embodies the rarest form of strength. And with how the present Omni King deems it, Universe 20 ranks as the #1 universe among the other 19, as having the highest mortal level, as well as being known as the enlightened universe, the Grand Priest continues, for it is a place where many great warriors things reside, as well as being known as a universe that deals in honor and great absolute within the multiverse. There's something different about this one, just as I had suspected with Lord Tigron, Destroyer Ferrix went on to chime in, for I can sense something far greater that circles within Lord Ligor's very spirit, as I wonder if this has anything to do with how the Omni King had framed this universe as being the enlightened world. And I am fairly certain that I am not the only one who was able to sense this coming from him either, with Goku having to respond, "Oh wow, well there's something that you don't see every day, just look at those two." And to think that there's a god of destruction who appears to be very kind and respectful, it almost makes me kind of wonder as to what this guy is all about and just how strong he truly is. But then again, I'm sure that there's a reason as to why that is, to which as Tigron and Ligor were then shown having to acknowledge each other was when Universe 19's Destroyer went on to respond, "Greetings, fellow god of destruction, for it is a pleasure to be within your presence once again, Lord Ligor, for it's been quite some time since we've last seen one another," with Ligor responding, "The pleasure is mine, fellow god of destruction, for it is always an honor to see and stand with you, and especially before the Most High, as I offer you my appreciation in also being here with us," with Primos having to chime in, "What is with these two? How could two rivaling destroyers be so honorable and respectful towards one another in knowing who the other is? It almost makes me want to vomit. Respect should be earned, not given," with Grizzlor having to respond, "Well, perhaps we should go and remind them then of who exactly is in command and why it's a sign of weakness to give someone your respect and appreciation towards without ever having to earn it." But I do, however, agree with what Lord Ferrix had mentioned, for there does appear to be something that these two over here are hiding. And to you, the esteemed Grand Priest Ligor continues, "I extend my deepest gratitude for this summoning, as it is an honor beyond words to stand before you and my fellow gods of destruction in meeting them all for the very first time. And as this is also a crucial step in my evolution as a destroyer, and your generosity in making this possible is something that I will always hold in high regard." With the Grand Priest responding, "And I second this, for I am also very thankful that you would take the time out of your busy day to come and join us, mighty God of destruction. And as for you, esteemed gods of destruction, I am honored to finally meet you all, for I am Lord Ligor, God of destruction of Universe 20. And as the opportunity to meet you all is one that I have long awaited," Ligor continues, "for your legendary exploits, your contributions to the cosmic balance, and your unparalleled strength are all very well known to me." "Oh really?" Primos went on to question, "Is that so? You stand here speaking of honor and opportunity," Grizzlor went on to chime in, "but let me be clear, Destroyer, such sentiments hold little weight among the old guard that stands before you, so do not mistaken our silence for acceptance, for in our ranks your strength and actions will speak louder than your appreciation." "That's right," Primos responds, "so you may be honored to meet us, but don't expect for that same sentiment to be reciprocated in return, Destroyer. And as a new god of destruction, your time is more than likely limited, as the same could be said for Lord Tigron too." To which, even despite with all of the hostility, instead of having to engage against them, what Ligor ended up doing was bowing forward before leaving, as Ligor then went on to respond, "Very interesting choice of words, Destroyer, but I did not come here to engage in petty squabbles, but to fully commit my role as a god of destruction with honor and dignity. However, I do want you all to remember that the true measure of a god's power is often hidden beneath a veil of humility, for in time you will see exactly as to why that is that I was chosen in being the last of the mighty gods of destruction. I wouldn't go and start crossing lines here if I were you, god of destruction," Reno went on to then respond, "because before you entertain any grandiose notion of your strength, just know that many have fallen before you, and their names are now nothing more but whispers in the wind. For the last god of destruction, who thought themselves as unbeatable, had become the prime example of what happens when arrogance begins to overtake reason. And he's barely shown standing right over there behind me," Reno continues, "defeated, humiliated, and left to serve as an example of what happens when your ego starts to talk for you. And so while you still have the chance, it's best for you to turn around and go back to your universe before things get messy around here. and so I won't go and warn you again either. Now do yourself a favor and accept this moment to turn around and go. But then, it was just within the quickness with Ligor being shown grabbing onto Reno's hand before Reno even had the opportunity to touch him was when Ligor then went on to respond, "Your approach, fellow destroyer, though boastful, appears to overlook the intricacies and importance of our position. For I would advise a more measured and respectful demeanor, as our words, along with our actions, tend to echo beyond the confines of our immediate surrounding," with Reno being shown responding, "You what? How dare you go and lay your hands on me with such aggression? For you are but a new god of destruction, and so you better let go of me right now," with Ligor responding, "Your pride and lack of respect for others may seem inconsequential now, but they are seeds that could grow into becoming a much bigger problem later," to which, as Ligor went on to point towards Reno's chest, was when Ligor then went on to continue, "And if respect for others, including fellow gods of destruction, is not within your realm of consideration, Lord Reno, then the only way that you will learn is by learning the hard way, for the universe is an unforgiving teacher, and it will impose lessons upon those who ignore the value of mutual respect with swift and severe consequences." In which, before you know it, with Ligor being shown tapping onto Reno's chest and from that point sending Reno flying out into the distance, was when Grizzlor went on to chime in, "What the? Did the rest of you just see what this new destroyer just did? Oh, but how did he just do that without him being shown putting up much of an effort to push Lord Reno back like this? Impressive, isn't it, Lord Grizzlor?" Ferrix went on to question, "For maybe there is much more to these new destroyers than what we are able to see on the surface." Wow, Goku responds, "This god of destruction was barely shown even having to lift a single finger, and was just already shown having to push Lord Reno back with such tremendous force so casually. That was unbelievable, and it happened so fast," with Whis chiming in, "Indeed, for it almost reminds me of when Lord Beerus was in his prime. And as it's also very clear to me that these new destroyers are very different from the ones we know." And what's this? Mortal warriors on a destroyer's homeworld, Ligor questions. How very unusual, yet extremely interesting, as it was only right then and there now during that moment where the Beyond Dragon Ball Super story of the resurrected fallen gods of destruction, the Universe 14 saga manga chapter number 7 special then comes to a close.
Actually, I'll go and take it from here, as I do want to go as far as to address something with all of our dear viewers at the moment. As before I go and give you the following information, if you aren't already a member of Unreal's Patreon community, then you are truly missing out on so much without you even knowing. As not only is the next episode already on the page, but if you want to support all of the content that you see.
It looks like we have our director for Secret Wars. Sam Raimi is a legendary director. I mean, his early work on the franchises like The Evil Dead, as well as his extremely innovative job on the Spider-Man trilogy. Now, his style is instantly recognizable to fans, and even though Multiverse of Madness had its issues, a lot of people agreed the style and the visuals were pretty cool from the director. I personally like the movie. If you were hoping Raimi would get another shot at an MCU movie, you're in luck, because he's getting the ultimate shot. The trusted Marvel insider recently reported not only is the third Doctor Strange movie in development, not only is Sam Raimi in talks to return as the director, but he's also in talks to take over directing duties for Avengers Secret Wars. Now, a number of Marvel projects were recently reworked, and the story is seemingly being reset, meaning the Secret Wars we get is going to look very different from the one that was initially planned. So it would make sense for Raimi to step in, take over this early in development if this ends up being true. The question is, do you think he's the right man for the job? I know, everybody wants the Russo brothers back. Well, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Obviously, they already have the track record, and it would be in safe hands with him. They can handle something of this scale and this scope because it's going to be way bigger than Endgame and Infinity War, but I also like Raimi. I don't know, I feel like he would make it darker. I feel like there would be a more serious tone to it, which I think we drastically need. Let me know what you think.
Me why I always visit North America on these little adventures. Why not say Europe? It's a fine question. And honestly, the main reason is the language barrier.
Bonjour, buenos dias, guten Morgen, hast du großes Essen?
But that's no excuse, is it? This should really be a journey of global conquest, not just Anglo-American conquest. Which is why, right now I am in Finland! Right, now before we get to the restaurant, I need to pick up my interpreter and chief bodyguard, a man by the name of Jesse Pinnanen. He speaks excellent Finnish, mostly because he was born in Finland. He's also built like a brick house. So if we encounter any aggressive reindeer along the way, he could sort them out. He's also one of the strongest men in Finland. So I'm a little bit apprehensive to go in and try and crack his record on this food challenge we're doing today. Still gonna go for it though. Hopefully it doesn't bench press me to death. There he is. Look at the size of this cat. Woo, woo, woo. How's it going, man? Put it there.
Right.
You really are a giant man, aren't you? This guy should have got a bigger car.
Yeah.
Where the heck are you taking me, Jesse? Taking me somewhere to kill me.
Yeah, it's over there.
So you can be Europe's #1 competitor.
I already am.
It's like a little shack in the middle of nowhere. Made it. How's my driving, Jesse? Was it good?
It was good.
Yeah.
We didn't crash. It was pretty slow.
I was trying to be safe, man.
No one else has done it but me, but it's easy.
Sending the muscle in first. Now, according to the website, you get a cap if you win and the meal free. Don't know if you get a t-shirt as well. Hoping that you do. They've got ones in all black too, if you want to embrace your inner goth. Look, they've got smalls too. If they can have size small winners t-shirts in Finland, land of the giants, then what excuse do we have in England? Right, Jesse's gone for a pee. He's the only that he actually is a really good occasional competitive eater, and he's the only other person to have done this, right? He did it in like 45 minutes, so we're gonna try and knock it out of the park, try and wind him up a bit. I ordered the challenge in the lunchtime rush. There was a big queue. Barbecue grub, my favourite. I'm most concerned about the liquids. Look at that. You didn't tell me about those. Were you scoffing, Jesse? Just a burger and some stuff. Right, well, I hope you're gonna enjoy your last 25 minutes as champion. Right, so I'm at Miller's Barbecue, which is in, where is it? Hamelin. And I'm taking on the, what do you say it was called? Meat Impossible.
So there's prime brisket, brisket sausage, beef cheeks, pork belly, our barbecue sauce.
And if you win, you get the meal free and a cap. You get a cap? Nice. 140 euros if you fail.
3, 2, 1.
What's 3 in Finnish? What, like the guy from Lord of the Rings? I'm gonna start with the coleslaw. I don't know why. Ooh, coleslaw's nice. Who am I trying to kid? Let's do the sausages.
Yeah, Wi-Fi, what's up everybody? Welcome back to another episode. The first in hopefully many Euro trips. We are in Finland today at Miller's Barbecue, eating some traditional Finnish cuisine. Nah, I'm joking, of course, it's American barbecue, but you won't catch me complaining about that. You get 1 hour to finish everything you see before me here, including the drinks and the ice cream thingy. You don't have to finish the sauce though, and it's only been beaten once.
I like the fact that they cut the sausages up, so you have little slices of sausage. It looks better eating it in pieces rather than just, you know.
What, sticking it lengthways into your gob? Yeah, you're probably right. The platter includes sausage, brisket, beef cheeks, mac and cheese, coleslaw, potatoes, blue cheese dip, 2 500ml fizzy beverages, and something which is like ice cream, but not quite ice cream. You could choose between strawberry and rhubarb flavour. I'm partial to a bit of rhubarb, so I chose that. The ice cream is vegan too, which is weird given that we're in a barbecue joint. Maybe it's like a tongue-in-cheek gag kind of thing.
Top, this is delicious.
Oh, this is lovely.
Darn tootin'. I'm sure I've said it many times before, but barbecue food, when it's done well at least, is one of my favourite things to eat. And so far, this is fantastic. The meat is going down a treat. That wasn't supposed to rhyme, but it did that. And they smoked the meat for a long time as well, an ungodly length of time, which helps it go down. There's plenty of variety too, which always helps. when you're doing a food challenge. A solid prize package up for grabs as well. The €140 meal free. That is pretty expensive, €140. And a sleek looking snapback cap too. Yeah, I did wave, but those people who just walked in, they weren't having any of it. I've met plenty of very friendly Finnish people so far though, so don't take the owner's one-liner there too literally.
I'm actually wearing a wireless lav mic today, so hopefully it sounds alright. Do some more coleslaw. There's a lot of coleslaw here.
Yeah, that is still over half a pound though. Thankfully also delicious. As much as coleslaw can be delicious. Anyway, what are we doing now? Just wiping the old beard down, yeah. Oh, I'm adjusting the cap as well.
Is it considered polite to eat lots of food in Finland, or people think it's gross? They don't think it's gross? People think it's gross in England. 10 minutes. There's a lot of liquid to go though. Let's do some of these potatoes.
Yeah, these were an interesting addition. Crispy roast potatoes. Just like Mrs. Beard whips up back home. Only these tasted good.
Ooh. The blue cheese dip is keen. Smells like my feet. Tastes good though.
I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Don't let that put you off. I mean, smelly, yeah, but that's not a bad thing. Blue cheese is supposed to whiff a bit. I love smelly cheese. The stinkier, the better, if you ask me. And this tasted great. Slightly whipped too. So it had a nice airy texture. Just dusting the old beard down. What else we got to go? Pretty much just the mac and cheese and that ice cream thingy.
I think my favorite part so far is the blue cheese dip. It's delicious. Why am I grabbing the second Coke? Haven't finished the first one yet. What does that mean? Thank you. You're not going to teach me one single curse word? Maybe later. You'll teach me later. What's the stuff on top? Like the little paprika. It is a little bit fruity, yeah.
Odd way to describe mac and cheese, I suppose, but it definitely had a unique bit of zing to it. And we're not far away now. The ice cream thing though, but believe me when I say that poses a much greater problem than I first thought it would.
How long have I been going? So you're supposed to drink this or eat it? That really is cold. When you said it's really cold, I thought, yeah, well, it's ice cream, right? Now I realize why you told me it's cold. I'm gonna finish some of this blue cheese dip first, though. This was yummy. It's gross. I'm sorry. Take it as a compliment. Still quite a bit to go, though. This is like probably a liter or something. They're just whispering stuff in Finnish now and laughing at me. I'll try and match this up a little bit. It's cold, it's gonna give me some difficulty. This is gonna slow us down. The worst part is when people come in when you're nearly finished, right? Because they're like, what's this guy doing? They don't realize how big it was at the start. Why is this guy just filming himself eating a milkshake? This is a really interesting texture. Doesn't really melt. The Coke is actually warmer than the ice cream. I'm drinking this to like warm up a little bit. Oof, this is cold. I think that'll be cheating. No, I'm good, but thank you. This is, oh man, this is so cold. I don't think I've ever eaten anything this cold before. Should have brought my coat in with me. Come on, let's get it done.
Yeah, let's. Almost there. Just the rest of this ice cream thingy and the second glass of Coke to finish off. Look at my face. Hope you enjoyed it. And as always, I shall catch you in the next one.
Thank God that part's over. Chug it? How long have I got? He wants me to chug it so I end up throwing up everywhere. He wants to get me disqualified. The previous champ's here, so I gotta make sure that everything's clean and tidy. 26.5 minutes. I'm only joking, man. That was delicious. That was really, really nice. Just gotta wait for my cap now. I got one of the black ones. I wear a lot of black stuff. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. It's nice to meet you all, man. Thanks. The food was delicious. Compliments to the chef as well. That was yummy, that, mate. I'm glad you recommended that one. Yeah, I just about did it. Just about. You should give it a try yourself. No? Jesse told me that's the strongman trick. You're going to
take her feet off the ground.
The Cybertruck was announced 4 years ago. I've gotten married and had 2 kids since then, but today we get the final specs of what the Cybertruck is at launch. Let's get started. For the past 4 years, Tesla has been hyping up this Cybertruck like it's the dawn of a new age, saying things like it can float on water or has a pneumatic suspension to tap into for air tools, transparent metal on the windows, costs $39,000, or has a 500-mile range, not to mention the Cyberquad and the extendable tailgate ramp. But it turns out all of those things are just hype, and what we got delivered at the launch event is actually an incredibly reasonable machine, very comparable to the other electric trucks that have been on the market for years. And don't get me wrong, it's not a bad thing. The Cybertruck is still an extremely impressive vehicle. But falling from that pinnacle of hypothetical hype before the event to the reality of what was actually delivered at the event, it was just an extremely tall precipice from which we all had to plummet. So let's look through the hoopla for a minute, forget what we've been told, and have a realistic conversation. The Cybertruck, as it stands right now, does have some major advantages over the competition. And as a truck owner and a Rivian owner, I am jealous about a few things. I'll start with thing number 1 that I'm jealous of, and that's the stainless steel body. I think the biggest flaw in my Rivian is actually this rear quarter panel. Yeah, the seamless design looks cool, extending up from the back edge of the bed up over the top of the cab, but if this aluminum panel on my Rivian gets dinged and needs to be replaced, it can cost tens of thousands of dollars, since the whole truck and top glass need to be taken apart just to replace the panel. Not cool. With the Cybertruck, however, it is far more durable with basically the invincible body of a tank. For example, I'm here with my friends over at Oshka. They use a lot of nitrogen for laser cutting, and they have liquid nitrogen that we can play around with to see what happens to steel and stainless steel at extremely cold temperatures. Metals have different properties. The stamped steel in regular vehicles is less expensive, but corrodes or rusts very easily. And when subject to the extreme temperatures of -300 degrees Fahrenheit, like liquid nitrogen, or what we would see on Mars or the voids of outer space, steel shatters like glass. Shattered like glass. No way. Oh, that is too cold. Look at that. I had no idea steel was that fragile. That is nuts. Alright, let's try stainless. Stainless steel, however, is incredibly corrosion resistant, does not rust, and does not need to be painted. And it can apparently withstand the inhospitable voids of outer space just fine. Once the smoke stops coming out, we know the metal's to temperature. The smoke is slowed down. This one is stainless steel. The stainless steel is bent and intact and has not shattered like glass. That's incredible. This is a 304 stainless steel, very similar to the alloy used on the Starship rocket and the Cybertruck. Still intact. At first I thought the Cybertruck would be super heavy, contributing to the less than advertised range at the launch event, you know, because of the bulletproof armoring. But it turns out the Cybertruck, while being bigger than my Rivian, is lighter than my Rivian. The Cybertruck is 6,843 pounds, while the Rivian is 7,148. And I think that has to do mostly with the battery construction. See, the Cybertruck is using this, a 4680 cell manufactured by Tesla directly. There are 1,366 of these inside of a Cybertruck, giving it 123 kilowatt hours worth. And you might be thinking to yourself, hey Jerry, is there a brand new Cybertruck out there right now missing a battery? Rivian, on the other hand, uses a much smaller cell. It's called a 21700, and there's 7,777 of these. That's like 7 times as many cells as the Cybertruck. Rivian has more metal casings, more soldering, more metal bus bars, and more potential points of failure, and more importantly, more weight. And I think it's the batteries that make my Rivian weigh more than an armored Cybertruck. Tesla owning their whole supply chain make me think that the current higher than expected Cybertruck pricing is temporary. And once they ramp up and get caught up with all the pre-orders, we'll see some drastic price cuts like they've done in all their other vehicles. But that's probably like 3 years from now, so feel free to at me in 2027. But let's get back to the stainless steel, since it is scientifically legitimate and the additional armored weight is obviously not an issue. The shape of the Cybertruck, however, is an issue. Not from an aesthetic polygon point of view, but from a utility perspective. The slope sides of the beds can't hold a toolbox or side boxes, and more importantly, the reason Tesla used an excavator to show off the 2,500-pound bed capacity in their promo video is because a bobcat skid steer or tractor, which is far more common on farms or landscaping companies, can't properly load the bed over diagonally slanted sides. Tractors will have to lift higher and drop loads farther if someone decides to use their Cybertruck like an actual truck. Also, from a utility perspective, Rivian has a dedicated storage spot for the spare tire in the bed of the truck. The Ford Lightning also has an included spare underneath the truck, but with the Tesla Cybertruck, if you want a spare, you lose the entire bed, and you gotta ratchet strap that thing down. It's not convenient, and you lose all the space that makes a truck a truck. Also, I gotta get this off my chest. Elon said this about the glass.
You don't have to worry about like rocks hitting the glass and cracking the glass. This glass is basically rock-proof.
Smartphone manufacturers have been telling us forever that their glass is the most durable, the most shatter-resistant, the most shock-proof glass ever made, but it's all lies. Glass is glass, and glass breaks every time. Anyone who tells you otherwise is selling something. Another thing I'm jealous of the Cybertruck is the 9.6 kilowatt-hour 240-volt plug in the back of the bed. That would have been extremely helpful while welding my bunker, powering an RV, or charging up electric sports vehicles like the Taiga Orca or the electric snowmobile, both of which I've made videos about if you're curious. I plan on getting one of the electric snowmobiles myself, and using my truck as a charging station would be really appealing. My Rivian has 420-volt outlets, I think, which isn't very helpful with the big boy toys or big boy tools, but it does have an air compressor. The Cybertruck has 4 or 5 outlets with that 240-volt plug in the back. The Ford Lightning, however, has 11 outlets with that same 9.6 kilowatt hours of power, and a 240-volt plug as well. And both the Cybertruck and the Lightning can act as whole home backups, which is also extremely appealing. My Rivian can definitely not, so I am jealous of those features. Another bonus with the Cybertruck, if it's not a lie, is the battery range extender, which Rivian also has a patent for but is not yet selling. And I think unless Tesla has a product on the shelf, we just gotta pretend like it doesn't exist. Don't get me wrong, Tesla has accomplished more than any auto manufacturer ever, but they are also an unrestrained hype machine. The 3 main players right now, Rivian, the Cybertruck, and the Ford Lightning, are all within spitting distance of each other, and all 3 trucks are miles ahead of their gas-powered counterparts, unless you're a long-haul trucker, which is a completely different ballgame. The last question I have is, what in the world is this random box on the back of the Cybertruck? This thing has got to kill the departure angle while off-roading, and my Rivian actively tries to eliminate that curve near the end of the bed, while Tesla added to it. So if anyone knows, tell me down in the comments. I think if Tesla released the Cybertruck at their original $39,000 price point, it would be the only vehicle on the road, but that's not what we got. And it's definitely not the truck to end all trucks that Tesla was hyping it to be. Maybe gas-powered trucks, it's definitely infinitely better than all of them, but the Cybertruck appears to be on par with all the other electric trucks on the road right now, in my opinion. Of course, I have not driven, sat in, or even tested a production off-road version of the Cybertruck yet. I am, however, very curious about the steer-by-wire, where instead of a steering wheel being directly connected to the front wheels, we have dual redundant electrically controlled steering motors. I'm also curious about the 4-wheel steering and the towing range with these higher capacity cells. They can output more energy for longer, which might change my opinion in the future. And of course, if Elon wants to show off the Cybertruck's water fording capabilities, my schedule is incredibly free for that. At $80,000, the EV truck space is still anyone's game. I do have one on pre-order, and I'll probably still go through with that. I'll use it as a work truck for my wheelchair manufacturing business. With sides that flat, if nothing else, it'll make for an excellent billboard. If you want to see the Cybertruck durability tested in real life, hit that subscribe button. And thanks a ton for watching. I'll see you around.
Thor's dad, did you know what your son does all day on here?
No.
Sorry to have to tell you this. He programs Java.
I do not. That is not true. Jesus Christ. That's even worse than the getting married thing. That's even worse. I don't program Java all day. God damn it. He has failed it. God damn it. I just got disowned because he made him believe I'm a Java dev.
Source Dad, did you know what your son does all day on here?
No.
I'm sorry to have to tell you this. He programs Java.
I do not. That is not true. Jesus Christ. That's even worse than the getting married thing. That's even worse. I don't program Java. God damn it. He has failed. God damn it. I just got disowned. Because he made him believe I'm a Java dev.
Source Dad, did you know what your son does all day on here?
No.
I'm sorry to have to tell you this. He programs Java.
I do.
Speaking of.
How about you, Juliana?
Okay.
This is so weird to ask an Asian to do an Asian accent.
I know. She can't do one, but
I
go ahead.
can't.
Are you aware?
Okay, you do it, then I'll copy
Okay.
it.
Are you aware that you are speaking of?
Are you aware that you are speaking?
Nothing's better than watching Asians do
That
Asian
was
accents.
pretty.
That was pretty good.
My dad now, right? I'll do it, right?
Bobby! Bobby, are you aware?
Bobby, are you aware?
See? Great, dude.
Really
you do
good.
it now.
Bobby,
Dad?
I miss you. I'm back from the dead.
Daddy, why you die?
I came back for you.
Daddy, why you die?
I miss you so
Anyways,
much.
very good.
Thank you.
Speaking of.
How about you, Juliana?
Okay.
This is so weird to ask an Asian to do an Asian accent.
I know. She can't do one, but
I
go ahead.
can't.
Are you aware?
Okay, you do it,
as the title character, was praised for how it showed the dissociative identity disorder, or DID, and how it used Egyptian culture and elements, and how well its very talented cast performed. Each actor's performance helped to make Moon Knight a better and more realistic addition to the MCU's library. As we wait for news about a possible second season, let's take a look at some interesting things you might not have known about the cast of Moon Knight. This and more in today's video. Oscar Isaac was expelled from school in the 7th grade. May Calloway's father discouraged her from acting, and Khalid Abdallah is one of the founding members of the Mausoleum Collective in Cairo. Oscar Isaac plays Mark Spector, Moon Knight, in the lead role, and he does it well, taking on all the character's traits and bringing his many personalities to life. Isaac is a famous actor who's been in a lot of movies and TV shows. Before he got his big break though, he had trouble following rules as a child. He was kicked out of school when he was young, and he told E! News, he said that this decision was made because of a long list of crimes. Layla Al-Fawli, Scarlet Scarab, is played by May Calloway in Moon Knight. She is Mark's wife and helps him with his superhero work. She does a great job in this role, and it's hard to picture Calloway in a different one. In her younger years, she decided to become an actress. She told her parents that she had applied to Emerson College after dropping out of industrial design. Her father wasn't sure about this choice and tried to talk her out of it. Things turned out well in the end. In Moon Knight, Khalid Abdallah plays Salim, the leader of the Council and the personification of Osiris. In movies like The Kite Runner, Green Zone, and United 93, he had a very successful career. He's also a strong political activist and a very successful actor. He's one of the people who stated that the Mausoleum Collective in Cairo, and this group works to record and share images of how Egypt has changed over time. Ethan Hawke is a huge fan of Star Wars, and he is also a successful novelist. Gaspard Ulliel was made a Knight of the Order of Arts and Letters in France, and Oscar Isaac played in various punk bands in the 90s. In the movie Moon Knight, Ethan Hawke plays Arthur Harrow, a religious fanatic and cult leader who worships the Egyptian goddess Ammit, and Hawke has also had a very successful career, which has recently got a little bit better. He has said in a very public way that he likes the Star Wars movies. According to Game Rant, he has even tried to get a part in one of them. He hasn't gotten this part yet, but we'd be curious to see what he could bring to the franchise. Hawke is a good actor who's been in a lot of movies and plays. He's been nominated for an Academy Award 4 times. He has done very well in the film and the entertainment business, and he has also done well as a novelist. He has written 3 novels and a graphic novel so far, all of which have been well received, and he will probably write more in the future. Gaspard Ulliel is a French actor who became well known through his work in French films with directors like Javier Dolan in the biopic Saint Laurent. In Moon Knight, he plays Anton Mogart, and he is just as good at this role. In France, he was given the title of Knight of the Order of Arts and Letters, which is something that most people will never get to do. Isaac has had a very successful acting career, but in the 1990s, he also played in punk bands with the names like The Worms, Closet Heterosexuals, Petrified Frogs, and The Underdogs. One of these groups opened for Green Day, and you can find videos of them online. Moving on to related news, Moon Knight explains the mystery behind superhero resurrections. In comic books, it's a running joke that nobody stays dead, but Moon Knight has shown that the rules for coming back from the dead are much more complicated than many fans thought they might be. Moon Knight's back from the dead is a big part of his origin story, in which he is brought back to life to serve the angry god Khonshu. Now, as the Sorcerer Supreme looks for answers, Mark Spector finds out that his death was really different from everyone else's. It's pretty much a given that any comic book character who dies will come back to life in some way. Writers love to surprise their readers by bringing back the dead, but for each character there are different hoops that have to be jumped through to make that happen. For example, Magneto killed Scarlet Witch and she came back almost right away, wiser and stronger. On the other hand, Nightcrawler was dead for years before he was rescued from heaven, which left him with a lot of spiritual angst that was hard for him to deal with. The piano player, a popular superhero on Earth, was brought back to life, while Wolverine has to fight the Angel of Death for his soul every time his healing factor brings him back to life. Moon Knight's character is built around resurrection, so he's come back from the dead more than once with little fuss. But what's true for one hero isn't always true for another, which makes Doctor Strange's resurrection much more complicated and important. Clea's quest to bring Doctor Strange back must go on, and Moon Knight now knows that even though it's easy for him, Marvel's cosmic forces still make it hard for other people to come back to life. Next, Moon Knight gets a new kaiju form. The first of Khonshu Moon Knight is a person with many different sides. He sometimes fights crime as Mark Spector, who used to be a mercenary. As the business mogul Stephen Grant, he sometimes makes big business deals. Sometimes he's a taxi driver named Jake Lockley. and he drives around and keeps an eye on the criminal underworld. But in Jodie Hauser, Ibram Roberson, and Eric Arceniega's Ms. Marvel and Moon Knight changes into a giant kaiju. Moon Knight is already a weird character, but even die-hard fans of the Arrow have to admit that Moon Knight turning into a kaiju is a bit of a surprise. This idea is backed up by the fact that Moon Knight's new kaiju forms look almost exactly like the Khonshu from the MCU TV show. When Ms. Marvel asked Moon Knight about his run-in with the robot rats the night before, they worked together to find out more about the problem and end up fighting robot rats all over the streets of New York. At one point, they meet Hunter's Moon, another first of the Khonshu that the beasts have also been after. As the three talk, the rats come together to form a huge robot with an impenetrable shield. Under the full moon, Moon Knight and Hunter's Moon glow and combine their powers to become a giant Khonshu, which easily defeats the robot. Moon Knight has shown many different kinds of powers in the past, but this kaiju form is a whole new thing. He doesn't usually work with other characters, probably because he has more than one personality. However, this comic shows that when Moon Knight works with one other of the Khonshu's avatars, he can become even stronger. At the end of the issue, Ms. Marvel leaves to find the person who made the rat robots. In Ms. Marvel's team-up series, Moon Knight says, "I would very much like to know who is behind this. You know where to find me." As these events come to a head, we hope Moon Knight, Hunter's Moon, and their kaiju Khonshu form come back to settle the score. Finally, Moon Knight will never be Marvel's Batman. Moon Knight is often called Marvel's Batman, but Mark Spector's most recent adventure shows that he will never be the Dark Knight. He can thank Doctor Strange's wife for this realization. In Strange number 5, which was written by Jed MacKay and drawn by Marcelo Ferreira, Doctor Strange's wife Clea goes on a work night with Moon Knight and asks him how he keeps coming back from the dead so often. Moon Knight says he doesn't have any control over it, and Khonshu brings him back. To show, he tries to scare off a criminal on his own, but it doesn't do so well. "You are foolish not to fear the Moon Knight kidnapper," Clea tells the kidnapper. At this point, Clea uses all of her magic to attack the kidnapper, showing him the horrors of the dark dimension, while Moon Knight can only watch from a distance. Moon Knight can't scare bad guys like Clea or Batman can. Batman's real strength comes from what he doesn't do. He doesn't kill his enemies. Strangely, this makes criminals even more afraid of the Dark Knight because they know he won't kill anyone, but will instead break as many of their bones as he thinks is necessary. Moon Knight doesn't have a rule against killing, but since he doesn't have any limits, he's not as scary as Batman. Criminals told stories as if Batman had powers about what he did, even though he doesn't. Moon Knight doesn't make people make up stories like that. Unfortunately, guys, that's all the time we had for today. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Till next time, cheers.
A great stand-up comedian is not just a great stand-up comedian. Doing stand-up teaches you how to be a writer, how to be a producer, how to be a star, and how to be a director every night.
Starting with Tom, how was it writing this special, Sledgehammer, for you?
I mean, it was a process. I dealt with everything that was going on with, like, my dad died and, kids growing up and just everything happening. We moved and my wife fell down the stairs and everyone thought I shoved her down the stairs.
Gang, gang, dead daddies, gang, gang.
Oh, dead daddies?
Gang,
Oh,
gang,
yeah,
gang,
absolutely.
gang,
Yeah,
dead
dead
daddies, gang. We the gang.
Sam, what was it like writing Salute Me or Shoot Me for you?
This is my second special, so I felt, I guess, pressure to make sure it was as good as the first one, you know what I mean? I didn't want to hear, oh, it got worse, so I toured it like relentlessly.
Doing that many shows too is the move. You own it in a way that you can't own it if you do it like 40 times.
Yeah,
like,
that's
you just
what I
don't.
meant.
It's
By, like, married to it. You know
yeah,
what I
like
mean? It
you
was
command it, you own it.
Before I did God Loves Me, my mom had died, and so I was working on a really funny set about her dead ass. Because death is funny. And then, and then I was watching the Oscars and the Will slapped Chris, and I was like, oh shit! I was like, yo! And when he slapped me so hard that everything in my life just went, and then I had this story to tell. And I was like, Ma, I love you, but we'll get to you later. And I put that off, and after I shot it, luckily, my dad died. And now I have a great set about my dead mom and my dead father. Can't wait for other people to die, yo.
Morbid Marlin is my favorite version of you so far.
Matt, what about you?
This was the first special I didn't have to self-produce, which was like a huge weight off my shoulders. I wasn't having to like set up chairs and stack chairs and check people in and COVID tests and all that shit. I was able to just show up and have fun. So to me, that's what I took away from it the most.
Hear one more person blame how their life is going on Mercury, I will kill you myself. Do you understand? You leave that planet alone.
Hot topic that gets talked about a lot. Comedy's dying. People are too sensitive.
No.
Do you agree with that?
Absolutely not. Any comedian that is actually on the road or actually in these clubs or in these theaters, when it comes to the live audience, they're still laughing at everything they used to laugh at and then some. Even if it's a joke that is divisive, you still go, if I could just add a little bit more to this, I could bring everybody in.
And you know when it's at that point where it's not ready. You know when it's being divisive. You know when you're leaning too hard one way or the other. You know when it's imbalanced. And so when people do react that way, you're not like, what? Because you're like, I'm not telling the joke right yet.
Right. Right. And then sometimes that ooh is like, okay, they're listening. Now how do I bring them in? Or maybe I just offend them and leave it at that because that's what I feel about it, and that's what I want you to feel.
But they're artistic choices, and I don't think people realize that a lot. It's like, it's not just like going willy-nilly haywire up there.
Sometimes you just want to be reckless too, just because like, you do that in real life. Like you say some shit to your friends or your family and they're like, that's fucked up. And then, you know, like that's reality. You do that on stage too. You know, you say things that are not like perfectly executed, but the outrage, like that Marlon's talking about, on like, it's not real. You know, you go to the clubs and you see somebody go for the joke and you can't describe these pops. Like the audiences go nuts.
Yes.
They are looking for people to do these jokes. It's like there's two realities. And like some people believe that the reality online is the real, when you're like, that's not the real world, man.
No, it's not.
It's just not.
No, I think the subject matter all just comes down to intention. Like, what's your intention in saying some reckless shit right now? Are you trying to upset somebody, or are you trying to make light of a certain subject so that way it doesn't take up such a negative space in someone's mind, and they can laugh about something that may have brought them so much grief and discomfort? So I think if people can tell you're coming from a good place, I don't think
they
anything's
sense
off.
intent, you know?
Yeah,
they
exactly.
Totally do. That's why you can say some shit, and people are like, how'd you get away with that? It's like, because the audience knows who you are.
That's what we're here to do.
That's your identity. Sometimes the audience like when you're like, fuck you. You know what I mean? They're like,
sometimes you'll have an audience that doesn't have the energy, and then you check them on, and they go, that's all we really wanted.
Exactly.
To see if you were present, to see if you were reading.
If you're on the stage with us, or you're just floating through here,
Exactly.
they can tell the difference.
I love a dark joke. I do. I love. Sometimes just watching people get scared. Sometimes I just had this one about changing my mom's diaper, and it was about my 83-year-old vagina and what I didn't want to see. And I just went into this whole thing of what I thought it would look like. And it's like a 7-minute bit. And they're just like, it gets crazier and crazier. I'm like waving the curtain like it's a vagina lips is a flag. And it was just crazy. And then at the end, I said I changed her diaper. Shh. And I was surprised to see, okay, Vi, somebody been doing her Kegels. And the audience was like, that one thing took the whole, oh my God, and brought everybody to laughter. Sometimes you do it on purpose and you can't be afraid to offend. That is number one in comedy. We can't give a fuck. Y'all can, but we can't.
When you're a young stand-up comic, right, you write all these jokes and you perform them. Every joke you tell, you give it your all. Like you put all your forthright and gusto into it and you wait to be loved by the audience. You wait for your response. You be like,
But how does that translate to specials and watching it on TV? Is there a difference?
There's no substitute for live. I mean, music live is incredible. Stand-up live, if you want to experience it, you got to go live. Yes. I think when a special translates, like when you're at home and you watch a special and you're laughing your ass off, that is like, that's another level. Because like it's different to watch it in your living room.
Which is why there's different formats and tones of these specials. Like sometimes you watch it for this extravagant production, right? You're like, this just looks incredible. Sometimes you want it to feel intimate, like you there, you in a grungy basement, you see all the pipes hanging down and shit, where you feel like you just there with them. I think it's just the tone in which you want to portray for the special that can really make or break it.
I did a few shows in the round, and I think for me, I'm usually like a pretty static, like people are like, I didn't know you're alive, man. Like, I kind of like don't move. So for me, actually, the little bit of movement, you're walking during your setup and then maybe you stop for a punchline and then you kind of keep pacing, right? Because there's people all around you. That little bit of movement also keeps people like very engaged with you. It was different, but also that little bit of movement is like running to me. That's like sprinting on stage.
That's the fattest thing I've ever heard.
It's a very fat thing, but it's also very true. Traditionally, if I'm standing on the theater stage, I'm like, you put these stools here, I'm like, I'll stand right here, bro. So that movement, to me, was different.
You do a lot of facial expressions that really sell punchlines for you. Now the people who don't get to see you behind it miss out on half of the power of the
No, you're totally right. It stays in some part of it's gonna mess with your head a little bit.
I don't know how he did it, bro, but Vicious Circle is kind
of course.
Perfect. And he played the round.
He was the perfect comic.
Perfect. Yeah, he had that like crouch, and the way he moved his body. I don't know.
I'm thinking of Kevin Hart. That was a huge arena.
That was just Kevin being greedy. He was like, wait, this is about another couple $100,000. We gonna make it rain.
Yeah. What were some of your biggest influences?
Marlon's Family.
You know what's funny? My family, like, for me, it was like a gift and a curse. That's why, we all love Richard Pryor. We love all of us. Eddie was like a friend. We love Eddie. We love all the greats, Fred Fox and, George Carlin. But my family, watching my brothers, I grew up in a house with my favorite comedians. My brother Keenan, my brother Damon. Damon was a beast. I used to go with Damon
all-timer
to the Comedy Store and watch him come up with like Handyman, and I'm watching him just play and create. Me and Sean were like 8 and 9 years old, and then my brother Sean started doing it, and Kim started doing it, and then it was my turn. I was like, in comedy, you telling stories about things that happened to you when you grew up. By the time I came along, there was 5 other niggas telling those stories. I had nothing else to say, and then I realized in comedy, it's about your point of view. It's not about, like, everybody's gonna have a sex joke. Everybody can have a joke about gender or sexuality, but it's your take on that makes it important and makes you an individual. And so that was a gift and a curse for me, and I'm glad I started doing comedy because I realized I have my own voice.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Keenan was a major. Keenan Robert Townsend.
Yes.
Especially because, like, as a black creatives, they were just doing things that we hadn't seen before. Like, Keenan, you're getting your real first, like, black lampooning. Like, lampoon style movies that are making fun of black culture that we get to, like, roll with and laugh at our little stuff. And it was very nuanced in this way that you knew he didn't care if anyone else got it but us. And that was like the first time I really started to tap in with comedy and get like really honed in and start to learn who people were and like wanted to know who the actors were, and then found their stand-up, found Damon's stand-up. You know, it just fed and fed and fed and fed the thing.
We were talking about In Living Color and Eddie Murphy and like Robin Harris and
Robin Harris,
Monster.
Yeah.
And watching those guys, Martin Lawrence. Bring the Pain came out when I was in high school, which I was like, this is unbelievable. And then like a couple years later, Bigger and Blacker, and I was like, how could you do this that quickly? Like, and then, you know, like, and then I got kind of like obsessed with that. And then I was a huge like Dave Attell fan. Like I was,
oh
you know,
my God,
watching him just do, like, he became like the quintessential just club comic. And so like when I started to do spots, I mean, didn't realize how much of like an impression I was doing. I was wearing his hat and his jacket, and I was like, I was doing like his sounds, and I was like, oh. Then I did a weekend with him. He was like, could you stop doing my cadence? I didn't realize I was doing it, you know? But like, that's because like you think you're like, oh, this is what I want to do, right. like him, and then you kind of like keep doing it, and you're like, oh, I can't do it like him.
My overall comedic influences were like Adam Sandler, Jim Carrey. Like those are who I really grew up watching when I was a kid, and then around 13, 14 when I discovered stand-up, that was at like the peak of the Chappelle Show and Dane Cook stardom. I love people who can put their own unique spin on maybe an edgy perspective and like really articulate the way they feel about it and make an entire room full of people laugh.
People in entertainment still see stand-up as like the lowest rung, like we're fucking circus jugglers. There's a whole bunch of actresses that like, you know, Sam could do their role, but like they can't do what she does. This is a great step, you know, the fact that they're actually gonna consider.
This is a art form that I don't think is appreciated enough. A great stand-up comedian is not just a great stand-up comedian. It's doing stand-up teaches you how to be a writer, how to be a producer, how to be a star, and how to be a director every night. Some of our greatest writers, Gary Marshall, came from stand-up comedy.
I think the best comics end up being vulnerable. They're vulnerable people. They're not afraid of it. And so that translates from the stage of stand-up to acting. Meryl Streep would shit her pants if I didn't do fucking stand-up, okay? Let's be clear.
I see his little ass come in the room, see the keys, and he's like, and I go, no, don't. And he picks them up, and he goes, chase me.
You were talking about, you know, you could be your worst critic. Can you share the story about the time you bombed the hardest?
How many times?
I got booed off stage, bro.
Can you tell me location? Like where?
Yeah. It was Winnipeg, Canada. And here's the thing, man.
Would
like,
be international.
So I wasn't selling tickets yet. And this thing about when you get into like November, December in the clubs and you're not a ticket seller, comedy clubs, they do Christmas party packages, right? You see a packed club, 300 people in a club. What you don't realize is that there are groups of 60 and 80, as opposed to a regular night where everybody's 2 and 2, like these two know each other. So this is more like kind of mob mentality, right? So when I'm like, hey, shut the fuck up to this guy, it's not just him and his table being like, what's that? It's 80 people that are like, hey man, like, what'd you say? And you're like, yo. And it was a slow, it like slowly devolved where they were like, boo, and you're like, eh. And then they're like, no, really, boo. And then it just grew and grew. And here's this, it was also, they were fundraising. The lady that runs the fundraiser just steps on stage and she's like, I'm sitting here like, it's just a parade of boos, right? Like you can't even hear. And she was like, takes the mic and she was like, can you please give this man the respect to just listen? And they were like, no. Like, and so she handed me the mic back and I was like, holy shit. And they had a hockey team that left at one point. And I was like, I understand why the Jets left. You guys are horrible people. And they were like, wow. Everybody at that club was like, I've never seen anything fucking like that. I was like, yeah, me neither, dude. That's a traumatic experience, yeah.
I've learned that sometimes bombing is fun. Like, it's okay. Like, everybody's desperate for laughs. A bomb to me isn't even about whether I get booed off stage or anything. Did I do what I wanted to do? Every night I get on stage, I want to accomplish something. What did I get out of this set? I don't care if I killed. If I didn't go out there and be truthful, if I didn't go out there and tell these stories about this and this kind of truth, then I feel like I bombed.
But that's when you're in control of the bomb.
It's very different. Like the story that happened to me, that's more like, that's chaos. That's like a literal bomb went off.
Are you returning there, by the way, for your next stand-up tour?
I've been back, yeah.
You should film your next special in that spot.
I know, right?
You can bomb in different capacities. Like to me, you can bomb if the show just doesn't go as well as you expect it to go.
Those feel like bombs, right?
To me, I sit with for days
Those are
longer
the biggest
than
bombs.
the crowd.
Yeah,
you stew with that.
when you have it in your head and you're like, tonight's the night, baby. And it's like
But
tonight.
to me,
is
it's
not
always
the night.
about the crowd. You have to feel where they're at. I always go, what's today and what time is it? What show is it? Okay, if it's a Thursday night show and it's one show, these guys are gonna be a little bit tired, but they're gonna have fun. Because these people really love you. They're coming out there. If it's Friday night, first show, they're a little tired.
First show Friday.
I hate it too.
First show Friday.
Second
It
show,
is the worst
they're a
show.
little more, fun.
The first show Friday, they're rushing from work. It's 7 or 7:30 or something dumb.
They haven't eaten.
They don't have time to really. They're fighting. They've definitely gotten a fight going there because of that. And now you're just like,
Saturday first show is usually the best show. Saturday second show, they're drunk as fuck.
I like a Sunday.
And Sunday and Thursday are my favorite days.
Sunday's usually the most
Yes.
Sundays are great.
Sundays and
I
Thursdays.
do think though, like your headspace, who you surround yourself with, plays such a big role in things, because when you're like, if you're backstage and it's like, there's just like people you don't want in the green room and it puts you in a headspace, you're not even conscious of it. You do carry that on stage. If you're being silly, like usually when you're with like your comic friends that you guys just make each other laugh, that energy, you take that on stage.
God, you'll crush
every time.
If you walk out on that cloud,
What's your like pre-show process? Because for me, people ask like, do you need like the room to yourself? Do you play music? I'm like, no, I want to chill with my friends.
Yes,
Because then you're already
You're already
I like
up,
it chill.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't
I like
need
a
much.
hang.
Give me a Runa, put the game on. I don't like doing too much. I don't hype myself. When I was younger, I used to hype myself up, and then I go out and be like, hey y'all, and I would overshoot the crowd. The crowd would be like, what the fuck is he smoking?
Yeah, it's like too much energy.
Yeah. So now I calm myself down. You gotta jab, feel where they at. Where are they at? First 5 minutes, you just feel them where they at, and then once you grab them, then you can take them anywhere.
Are there any times that you watch other comedians that they tell jokes that may hit a little too close to home?
I think comedian has every right. He has the First Amendment, you know, to have their own personality and to speak of things the way they want to. They're not supposed to be responsible. Sometimes in comedy, you have to be reckless. I'm as much as a comedian as I am a black man. Dave is a dear friend, I love him to death. I have a trans son, like my daughter is now my son, and I could give him my opinions, but he has every right to feel the way he wants to feel. Now, me as a parent, when I do my special, I have to handle it differently, you know? So, but comedians, you gotta give them the license to be them.
But also, it's like when people are like, you know, is this too much for the LGBTQ community or da-da-da? It's like, who is representing the community? Because it'd be like 3 or 4 people talking and they get to decide what the whole community thinks or feels or is gonna and that's the same with black or anything, you know what I mean? As much as there's people who are like offended by something, there's people who get it and understand the intent and find it funny. So it's like, what does it mean? Because you didn't get it, it shouldn't exist? Or because you're being the loudest about not getting it, it shouldn't exist. So I think
If
that's
it's
also
funny,
part of
if
it.
the majority of
Yeah.
people laugh, if you tell a joke and 4,999 people laugh, and 3 people get up and walk out, that's a damn good joke.
But that's my point. We're touring this stuff. We're not just pulling this stuff out of our ass. You know what I mean? We're touring it. We're going country. I mean,
That's why you gotta
country
tour.
to country, state to state.
Yeah.
We're standing up in front of people and we're saying it again and again and again, and people are laughing. Also, if you rip a joke out of its context,
Oh, that's
it's like what, you
nothing
don't even
like
know what you're critiquing
in
at
print.
that point.
It's the wildest. When you just read, you're like, this is crazy. This is insane.
Write
It's
down
like-
anything I say.
So there's no tone.
You've been carjacked, right? Don't turn around. This won't take long.
Wait, who are you?
Someone who prefers not getting involved.
You refer to these special investigators as your team, your soldiers, even your friends.
You do not mess with the special investigators!
And now they're all in trouble.
They were tortured. They dumped them from a helicopter. And they're coming after us. Good.
Damn, Reacher. When we were kids, we just wrote our names in it.
Why'd you gotta hit him so hard? I don't hit soft.
What are our directives?
We prepare. We investigate. We put bad guys in jail. What does he think he's gonna do?
Just like the good old days.
Yeah, you on the sidelines while I do all the work. He's a boss, and bosses give orders. But they took a run at us in broad daylight. They're getting desperate.
Guy's got good instincts.
Guy's got good everything.
Surveillance photos don't do you justice.
Looks like you had a rough night.
Had worse. Need a new jacket.
What's wrong with the one you just bought?
It has blood on it.
Barry Keoghan was in an unsettling deleted scene in Matt Reeves' The Batman, and fans are very excited for this new take. How did the actor prepare for this role, and what will the fate of the character be in this universe? We'll be talking about all that in this video. First things first, how did Keoghan approach the Joker? The bar, or in this case, the crowbar, was set insanely high back in 2008 when Heath Ledger gave the most iconic portrayal of the Joker in Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight. After that, there have been powerhouses like Cameron Monaghan in Gotham and Joaquin Phoenix in Todd Phillips's Joker. Barry acknowledged the previous greats, but didn't let them affect his take on the character. In an interview with the New York Times, Keoghan discussed how staying true to himself was the mentality that helped him the most with this task. Yeah, it sounds crazy, but the Irish actor said how if he believed in himself, whatever the outcome is would be unique and fresh. And to everyone's surprise, he was absolutely right. Keoghan's Joker is not only unnerving, but it's got a lot of potential to be something as phenomenal as Ledger in The Dark Knight. Let's talk about Keoghan in The Batman. Though his scene didn't make it into the theatrical cut, Keoghan's Joker still had a short cameo at Arkham Asylum, where his silhouette could be seen talking to his adjacent cellmate, Edward Nashton. The two instantly hit it off and let the halls echo with their maniacal laughter. The deleted scene, on the other hand, was released a week after the premiere of the film on Reeves' Vimeo account. Here, Batman visited his arch-nemesis in Arkham to talk about the Riddler's plans from a criminal perspective. The dynamic between the two is rather interesting, because they've already faced each other off and don't require any introductions. Although Keoghan's face barely shows, apologies for the pun, his acting definitely makes up for it. It's scary, unique, and that laugh is just addicting. We're positive fans of The Dark Knight replayed the clip at least 10 times when it was released. The new take on the character is different from the previous in many ways, starting with the look and the creepy mannerisms. So it's only fair to compare him to the other great clowns, right? Moving on to how this Joker is different from the rest. For starters, Keoghan doesn't have any makeup on or an underlying reason to how he got his scars. The director talked about his version of the Clown Prince of Crime and how he was born with some sort of congenital disease that made him smile constantly. It's gotten to the point where his face is almost swollen and disfigured. As Reeves talked about the Joker, he mentioned how he was ridiculed for his everlasting creepy grin throughout his childhood, which in turn gave him a nihilistic view of the world. This isn't some story about a criminal falling into a vat of chemicals. This is something way more different. The Ace Chemicals arc has been used on iterations by Jack Nicholson, Jared Leto, and Cameron Monaghan, but Jerome Valeska had a lot more going on for him than you may think. You should definitely watch Gotham to know what we're talking about. Ledger and Phoenix, on the other hand, are more grounded versions where trauma and insanity were their driving force to being the biggest villain in Gotham. If we were to compare, Keoghan's Joker bears the most similarities with Phoenix because of a disease that makes him who he is. But there's still no clear picture of what he actually looks like, apart from some fan edits where they glue different frames of his face together. The end product? Something you don't want to see in the middle of the night. It's clear that the 30-year-old actor has got potential, but you'd be surprised to know that the Joker wasn't his main goal when auditioning. Moving on to Barry's audition. Keoghan's career has been booming nowadays, with Yorgos Lanthimos' The Killing of a Sacred Deer, The Green Knight, and Marvel's Eternals. He saw the opportunity when Matt announced his Batman project and sent an unsolicited audition tape for the role of none other than the antagonist of the film, the Riddler. In fact, the star even uploaded the clip to his Vimeo account, which is around a 3-minute-long video of him dressed in a bowler hat and green suspenders, a classic Riddler-inspired outfit. He delivers no lines and instead walked around what looked like the hallways of his hotel floor with a cane in hand. The future Joker might have been trying to give Reeves a glimpse of his body language, to which he succeeded. But the part of Edward Nashton was given to Paul Dano, while Keoghan was called back to play something even bigger. In the movie, the Irish actor was credited as a cop in the Gotham City Police Department as Stanley Merkel. This was an obvious ploy by the director and the crew to keep his actual role a secret from fans so that the cameo would be a surprise to everyone. Looks like Matt accomplished his mission because no one had the slightest idea of the Joker even being in the film. And let's just say, packed theaters were just as shocked as we were. Last but not least, the Joker's future in the franchise. This is quite a fresh new dynamic that we've gotten between the world's greatest detective and his arch-nemesis. Instead of going straight to fighting and wanting to tear each other apart, the two are acquainted with one another and discuss how a masked murderer is terrorizing Gotham. This doesn't mean that the Joker is some sort of Robin figure to Bruce. We're hoping for an actual boy wonder in the sequel. There have been very few iterations of the relationship between the two most popular characters of DC Comics, where Batman isn't seen trying to take Joker down. As the synopsis of the March release film said, Bruce is still new to this vigilante stuff. He needs all the help that he can get, even if it means turning to one of his utmost deranged foes. This also sets a new path for Batman's rogue gallery for this universe, which sounds very exciting. Let's dive into a bit of that, shall we? Moving on to the Joker's teaser in the Batman 2. First and foremost, How does Joker come into play? As mentioned earlier, this new relationship Batman has got with the Clown Prince could possibly mean that the two can be seen as working together. But get this, if you paid close attention to the deleted scene, Joker takes a paperclip from the files that Batman hands to him when asking for his perspective. As cunning and sneaky this was, it could only hint at his escape from Arkham Asylum. Reeves could ignore this little detail altogether and keep him locked up until the third part of the scheduled trilogy, keeping him as a Thanos-like threat that will rain terror in the grand finale. It would also be interesting to see the Joker being some sort of background villain lurking in the shadows, whom we should all be terrified of. The characterization would be rather poetic, since the beginning of the Batman gives the titular character a similar presence, someone in the shadows whom everyone fears. So if Mr. J isn't the big bad of the sequel, then who are the contenders? Following up with who the villain could be in the sequel. Looking back at the movie that kicked off this universe, Matt Reeves likes to give Batman's rogues a more grounded look, and not something cartoonish. With that in mind, fans can forget about seeing the Dark Knight take on Clayface, a villain who'd require tons of CGI. The Riddler was heavily inspired by movies like Zodiac and Seven, a serial killer on the loose with an ominous presence, leaving hints for the protagonist to find out in a detective noir-like film, which makes all this 10 times better. Fans really grew tired of the repetitiveness of the Caped Crusader. A lot of people suggest the sequel should have the Scarecrow as the villain, since he suits the atmosphere of this Gotham perfectly. Other options include Mr. Freeze, Two-Face, Professor Pig, and Hush. All of these are very interesting villains to consider, leaving many larger threats like the Joker or the Court of Owls for the third part of the trilogy. There are hundreds of choices, and the director has the ability to turn a B-list villain into a horrific serial killer in Gotham. We just hope he doesn't bring Condiment King into all of this. Lastly, what do we know about the sequel? For the release date, it's been confirmed that we won't be seeing Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz back in action until 2025, to say the least. Almost the entire cast will be reprising their roles, except of course John Turturro, whose Carmine Falcone was killed in the first part. Reeves has yet to submit a script to the higher-ups, and he's still keeping the villains and the new cast members a secret. With the way he dealt with Barry Keoghan and his Joker, we wouldn't be surprised if he drops a trailer by the end of this year. And that's all for this video. Who do you think should be the villain of the Batman 2? Let us know in the comments below, and as always, leave a like and hit that subscribe button for more videos. We'll see you in the next one.
I thought you'd be curious. You think I could offer this stuff?
I'm gonna need a cup of coffee.
The good cop, bad cop routine.
You two have so much in common. Masked Avengers.
It's enough to make anyone crazy.
Okay, so that's it. You're crazy. That's your defense for killing 3 young men?
No.
It was all there. You mean you didn't figure it out? Oh, it's violence. It's so baroque. Oh.
From almost becoming a Max exclusive release, to shows like Euphoria and Good Omens that got put on pause for similar reasons, here's why Blue Beetle could be delayed. Okay, so we all know that the movie's got the potential to be a game changer for the DCEU, but did you know that it almost got delayed thanks to the writer's strike? Before you freak out, don't, because the word I used is almost. As of right now, the release date is still August 2023, but it's had its fair share of troubles, that's for sure. Turns out Warner Studios had considered delaying the movie because of the ongoing SAG-AFTRA strike, which means we would have seen Blue Beetle in 2024. But hey, there's no need to check your calendars. Though, if I'm gonna be honest, Warner Brothers had a lot of doubts about this movie. At one point, the studio even turned it into an HBO Max exclusive film, with a theatrical release in 2023 August. Oh, and get this, Blue Beetle isn't DC Universe canon, but that didn't stop James Gunn from confirming that the character will become a part of the new DCU. And while I'm on the topic, the new DC phase will start off with Superman Legacy. In fact, we'll see a lot of DC characters in the new phase like Amanda Waller, Weasel, and Peacemaker. And Xolo Maridueña also confirmed that Blue Beetle's gonna include its fair share of cameos. He said that if you're a DC fan, then you'll definitely recognize a lot of the characters that pop up. What is this, an Avengers-style team-up? I mean, hey, it does sound promising, which is why it's worth asking. Will Blue Beetle's release fix DC's streak of bad luck? I hate to burst your bubble, but there's a strong chance that the movie won't do well and follow the same pattern as the rest of the recent DC movies. Why? Well, for starters, it's about one of the less popular superheroes in the DC catalog. Plus, There's been barely any marketing for the movie. Not even decent Twitter threads to get the conversation started, you know? And yeah, I get that there's no marketing because of the strike, but it's not like things will get any better while the strike goes on. Why aren't they marketing the movie though? Because the strike doesn't allow actors to promote their movies on the red carpet or on social media, which is why the movie's marketing is so hush-hush. Oh, and here's a refresher on what the movie's about, because let's be real, the lack of marketing doesn't help our memory. Blue Beetle's plot focuses on a guy named Jaime Reyes, but he's not the first lucky sucker to get the Blue Beetle mantle. He's actually the third, and this movie's gonna dive into his origin story. You can piece the story together from the trailer, which shows Jaime applying for a job at Cord Industries, but instead of acing the interview, he finds himself in possession of the Scarab, ancient alien technology that chooses Jaime as its host and bonds with him. So it's like the DC version of getting bit by a radioactive spider, if you will, though instead of getting a spidey sense, Jaime gets a suit of armor and sweet powers. It sounds like a great trade-off, but it comes with a price because soon enough, the new powers put Jaime's family in danger. The young superheroes caught the attention of the indestructible man, who makes him choose between being a superhero and his old life. One that he's starting to miss a lot, by the way. I don't know about you, but I'm already sold. That said, the Blue Beetle's storyline in the comics is different from the movie, because in the comics, Reyes finds the Scarab in his hometown, El Paso, in Texas, after it's flung from the exploding Rock of Eternity. And after his discovery, the Scarab fuses to Jaime's spine while he's sleeping. Yeah, the poor guy's in a fix because he needs to protect himself from the alien tech, while also finding a way to work with the Scarab. You've got to hand it to him, though, because the plot is solid. But here's some food for thought. How does the movie fit into the DCEU? Well, Blue Beetle's in a weird place within the new DCU, because it was originally supposed to be part of the DCEU. But recent comments by DC Studios President Gunn and Peter Safran suggest they have a different approach. Blue Beetle will be the first film in the new DCU with those two running the show, and it's clear that they want the movie to be a box office hit, since it has the potential to fit into DC's new plans. And don't get me started on all the Easter eggs the trailer featured. Batman's referenced non-stop, which could be a nod to the new Batman that'll appear in The Brave and the Bold. Plus, the trailer also suggests an interesting piece of lore. There's a possibility that the previous Blue Beetle was Ted Kord, because when his lair's shown, viewers get a look at all the classic suits and weapons he had, including his beetle ship. This could also work as a glimpse into the character's long history within the DCU. I'm not gonna lie, the new DCU setup looks super promising, because Superman Legacy has included characters like Hawkgirl, Metamorpho, Mr. Terrific, and Guy Gardner. This'll be a thriving universe for sure, and I'm interested to see how the DCU kicks off with Blue Beetle. But wait, who's part of the cast? A better question is, who isn't? The talented Latinx cast's got big names like Xolo Maridueña, who plays the lead, Jaime Reyes, and the guy's perfect for the role if you ask me. Then there's actors like Harvey Gillen, who's gonna play the role of Dr. Sanchez, a scientist working with the villains, but you've probably seen him before in What We Do in the Shadows too. Then there's the pop star Becky G, who's gonna voice the character of Kaji Da, an entity that controls the Scarab. Other actors include the legendary George Lopez playing the role of Uncle Rudy Reyes. Oh, and not to forget, there's a Euphoria actor, Elpidia Carrillo, on board too, playing Rocio Reyes. And if you're wondering who the big bad villain's gonna be, then I've got you. Raul Max Trujillo bagged the role of Carapax, the indestructible man, and he's got a powerful suit and everything too. Then there's Jaime's love interest Penny, who's played by Bruna Marquezine. Plus, we've also got a character that's made solely for the movie, Victoria Cord, who's played by Susan Sarandon. The name rings a bell, right? Well, she may resemble a character from the comics, but in this movie, the spotlight's all hers. Anyway, let's move into the Reyes clan, because there's a lot of family members supporting our superhero, and it's important you know who's playing them. Jorge Jimenez will play Uncle Kima Reyes. Jaime's sister, Milagros, is played by the American Horror Story actress Belisa Escobedo, while Damian Alcazar will play Alberto Reyes. Oh, and the hero's Nana is played by Adriana Barraza. That's not all, though. Angel Manuel Soto's directing the movie and is in charge of highlighting the Latinx culture, while Gareth Dunnett Alcoker's in charge of the show's writing. Did you know Bobby Kurlick, aka the Haxon Cloak, is composing the score for the film? He did the score for both Midsommar and Beau is Afraid, meaning you should expect nothing but the best from Blue Beetle's soundtrack. Besides, this is the perfect time for a good pick-me-up movie. After all, while it's avoided delays because of the strike, Other projects haven't been so lucky. Euphoria, the show about drugs and glittery eyeshadow looks, for instance, is sadly on pause. We knew it was going on a short hiatus after season 2, but that break's been stretched thanks to the strike. And now season 3 is going to be released in 2025. An HBO executive shared that writing for Euphoria's script had started, but at this point they don't have countless scripts to work with and can't start shooting. So the ideal delivery date is 2025. Well, fingers crossed. Even Good Omens has been affected by the strike. Neil Gaiman confirmed that the second season was turned in before the strike began, meaning its July 28 release won't be delayed. But as long as the strike's happening, Gaiman doesn't have any plans of promoting the show. He shared that while he wished the whole strike situation could have been avoided, he supports it 100% and is also on strike. Honestly, at this rate, we could see a whole bunch of DCU movies get delayed too, which is definitely gonna ruin Gunn and Safran's plans. Let's just hope at least Blue Beetle can get across the line without any more drama. So, from shows like Euphoria and Good Omens that got put on pause for the same reasons, to the new DC movie almost becoming an HBO exclusive release, that's why Blue Beetle could be delayed.
Tak to je trapas. Daj ma dole. Si normálny? Prečo si tu so slečnou? Chod vyplatiť slečnu.
Hello from the most beautiful region in the world, Eastern Europe. After our highly successful series where we showed you the worst reviewed places here, we decided it was time to stop. Eastern Europe is not only about tourist traps, terrible restaurants and rundown hotels. Today we're showing you places to be proud of, with a little twist. Welcome to our new series, Komeas.
Alright, this time we're doing it differently. We're looking for the best reviewed hotel of my country. So you know the drill, tripadvisor.com as always. Where to? Slovakia, the beautiful Slovakia. Let's go to hotels, and this time it's different. We're not going to the last page, it's gonna be much easier. We're staying at the very first page. We don't want the hotels to be sorted by best value. We're looking for traveler ranked rankings, and the best reviewed hotel in Slovakia is named Chalupkovo Resort. And it's not in the capital, which is kind of surprising. I was expecting it to be in Bratislava. Chalupkovo Resort is in Ružomberok, a small city in the northern parts of Slovakia. This is a complex of small cottages, which is very typical for the northern regions of Slovakia. Let's see some of the photos. Wow, this looks amazing. This is typical Slovakia. Wooden cottages, skiing resorts in the background. It looks amazing during winter. This seems to be the best reviewed hotel or place for a reason. But before booking a night here, we gotta see the reviews.
Visiting Chalupkovo is as if you transported yourself to a Slovak fairy tale. They should write one, by the way. Come, stay, enjoy a peace of mind and leave us happy.
What an amazing holiday we had. Everything from booking process, checking restaurant, checkout, and off-hours phone service was absolutely fantastic. More than 5 stars. The very cute village. It is worth visiting. It's charming place and friendly staff, excellent food and clean cottage. The village shows the power of fairy tale away from home. We enjoyed staying here very much. Highly recommend.
Alright, seems really beautiful. An unbelievable statistic here. Out of the 148 reviews, 4 of them are 4-star, and the rest of them are all 5-star reviews. It seems there's no problem, no issue with this place. And here's the twist of this series. Instead of showing you the incredible facilities of this place, we're gonna find out if they're really that perfect. I'm not gonna tell you what we're gonna do, but you're in for a huge treat. Let's book one night in Chalupkovo Resort. The minimum stay is 2 nights, alright? It's 142 euros for 2 people for 2 nights. So it's around 35 euros per person per night, which is a great price for a best reviewed place in a country. And since they're the best, we're gonna have a special request for them. I'm going there with my cameraman Vladimir. Let's request a rose. Hello, I'm coming to your cottage with a very special person for me, and I would like to ask you to leave a rose on our bed. Thank you in advance, and God bless you, of course. Alright, it's booked. Let's visit the best reviewed place in Slovakia. And of course, we can't go there dressed like typical Slavs from Eastern Europe. We're gonna turn into men of style. Vladimir, my cameraman, should be fresh and ready. Let's go. Latko, poď sa mi ukázať, ako si sa nahodil. No, to píči, Vlado. To jak vyzeráš, to máš odkiaľ? Máš 32 rokov na tú stužkovú. Jebe ti takto ísť do najlepšieho hotela na Slovensku? Cez svojím to ty mi nechceš robiť tam. Ideme si kúpiť dole. Ideme si kúpiť nejaký banán.
We sold our vegetables and several siblings, hopped into a rented car, and headed north to the mountainous region of Slovakia. It was a pleasant 3-hour drive until the city of Ružomberok and the best reviewed hotel emerged in front of us.
So we are in front of the best reviewed hotel in Slovakia in the beautiful northern region of this country. Chalupkovo is right behind us. And here's the scoop. Let me explain what the twist will be about. Since we fully realized that showing you the best reviewed places is not as appealing as the worst reviewed ones, we prepared some challenging and embarrassing situations for the staff of this complex of cottages. And we're gonna see how they're gonna react and if this place is worth the ratings. It's gonna be something. You're in for a huge treat. Let's go.
Dobrý deň, my sme prišli práve do Chalupkova, nevieme teraz úplne kam. Áno, áno, dobre, nie. Dobre, ďakujeme pekne. Dovidenia. Ideme z natáčania. Tak toto je teda naša chalúbka. This is the receptionist and one of the owners of Chalúbkovo. The reception was under maintenance, so we had to pay her in our cottage. Little did she know I had a condom in my wallet that was ready to be dropped right in front of her. And to all of you thinking this is not really challenging or embarrassing, shut the f*** up. This is just the beginning. Aha, čiže teraz vám koľko mám dať?
100 je doplatok a 100 aspoň tú kauciu.
Jasne, či 200 eur. Dobre, jasne, nie problém. To je trapas celkom? A to máme natáčané. Dobre.
Ešte nejaké občiansky asi poznačím údaje. Tak si užite pobyt, aj keď je to na krátko, no tak ale čo už, no. Príjemný.
Ďakujem za
zvyšok dňa.
Ja som si vás pýtať, viete, aké videá my robíme?
Nie, nie vôbec. Neviem. Dobre, tak pôjdete. Dobre.
Majte sa, dovidenia.
Mám sa bať?
Nie, vôbec, práve že vôbec. Well, she should have been scared because we were definitely not done with her. But before that, a little cottage tour. Alright, let's have a tour of this incredibly looking cottage. This is the kitchen, apparently. What's this? Isn't this for absinthe? I don't know. Or from Harry Potter. Let's see this in more detail. We're having a private sauna here. We're definitely gonna spend some time inside. We have a private sauna. This is so different from all the places we visited in the worst reviewed series. I cannot get used to this. Alright, toilet. Okay, let's go upstairs. Look at this. This, if someone says Slovakia, this is what you have to think of. The typical Slovak vest, the typical Slovak, it's like a little axe called Valaška, and this is a typical Slovak hat, classic Slovak costume. Look at this, this is working. This is a gramophone. It's not working for you. It's not working. Oh, this is where the magic happens. They brought us the roses! Fuck me, they brought us fucking roses. We asked for 1, and we got 6 roses. Are you kidding me? Well, 5 stars so far. I'm speechless. I feel so bad that I asked for the roses. But we had to see if they're worth the rating. Another bathroom, another toilet. Look at this, this is so spacious. This is for like 5 people, at least. No, this is for at least 7 people. We do not deserve this. Are you kidding me? This is a bargain. What's this, a piano or what? Table for working. Oh, table for working. Well, we're gonna be editing. Oh no, we're gonna be doing different things tonight. Editing. You're gonna see it. Right now, I feel really bad because we have really annoying plans with the staff here. Some of the things we have planned are really absurd and embarrassing. Let's begin with the first one. Okay, we're pretty hungry. It's time for a late lunch. And it's also time to start with our absurd and annoying inquiries. I really don't want to do this, but this has so much potential. We have the menu from the restaurant. I'm going to call the restaurant and order several meals, and I'm gonna make some very annoying alterations. Let's try this. They're the best reviewed hotel. They should be fine with it. Dobrý deň, tu je Popluhár. My sme sa práve ubytovali v jednej z vašich chatiek a chceli by sme si objednať taký neskorší obed. Dalo by sa to?
Áno.
Super, takže môžem si teda začať objednávať?
Áno, vidíte, čo ten najdem?
Áno, určite. Tak ja vás poprosím ten tartar z udeného lososa jeden, ale namiesto kôpru, pretože ja som alergický na kôpor, môžeme poprosiť namiesto toho kôpru dať tam citrónovú kôru? A toto teraz bude znieť naozaj veľmi zvláštne, ale my máme s polovičkou výročie, dala by sa tá citrónová kôra naaranžovať, ja neviem, do srdiečka alebo nejak tak krajšie? Dobre, ďakujem veľmi pekne. Dobre, a tá bagetka, čo tam máte, zapekaná bagetka, to je viaczrná bageta? Lebo my máme obaja problémy s trávením škrobu, tak my nemôžeme obyčajné, my môžeme len viaczrné a celozrné. Obyčajné, tak nemusíte dávať žiadnu bagetu k tomu, stačí bez bagety. Dobre, OK. Potom si dáme jedny brinzové halušky. A ja vás poprosím ten ribeye steak s grillovanou zeleninou a môžem vás poprosiť, ja ho mám rád tak trošku pripečený, takých do chrumkava. Dalo by sa? A že by ste potom ten medium dali na taký rozhriatý olej na chvíľočku, nech sa tak trošku pripečie? To by sa nedalo? Dobre, super. Nie, ja dúfam, že vy sa nehneváte, lebo mám na to, že takéto absurdné požiadavky. V pohode. Dobre, a náhodou nemáte artičoky? Dobre. Nemáte, nevadí, samozrejme, v pohodičke. Dobre, a ako dezert si rozdelíme to jedno čokoládové suflé. A máte badián? OK. Dobre, na to len zaujímalo, že či máte badián. A na pitie vás poprosíme 2-krát mochitenko, ak by šlo. A jedno virgin, lebo ja som vodič, a druhé alkoholické. Nevadí, to vôbec nevadí. Máte niečo, čím by ste nás mohli prekvapiť? Nejaký drink? Áno. Tak nás prekvapte. To je čisto na vás, skúste nás prekvapiť, my máme radi prekvapenia. Vôbec, len my sme takí zvláštni s polovičkou. Čiže 16:30 môžeme prísť? Dobre, super, ďakujem veľmi pekne. Majte sa, dovidenia. I cannot believe this. They were apologizing. If I did this in a typical Eastern European restaurant, they would be so mad for so many absurd and strange inquiries. And this incredible lady was apologizing. All right, let's wait 30 minutes and head for our late lunch. Our absurd inquiries are not stopping here. They have no idea who came to Chalúbkovo.
Look at the tartar. Look what they made out of the tartar. They made a heart out of the tartar, and they made like an arrow going through a heart from the tartar. This is fucking unbelievable. Vladimir is so red. Don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed, sweetheart. They make these two cocktails. This is probably a Peril Spritz, and this is my non-alcoholic cocktail. Let's try it. Cheers, sweetheart. Cheers. This is. Cheers. Wow, amazing. Bon appetit. There are so many utensils here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're just a bunch of Eastern European guys. He always eats with a spoon. All right, let's eat. Let's eat this. It looks incredible. When I usually eat with this view, with you in front of me, I'm used to like tourist trap food or some really disgusting meals. This is very new for me. Once the steak and the dumplings, by the way, Slovak national dish, beans of the halušky, arrive, there has to be a problem with one of them. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be divine and perfect without any problem, but we have to confront the staff with something just to see their reaction.
It looks like a normal mocktail with cheese. Let's taste it.
Very good, very good, very good. More great than tierbo. Môžem ešte poprosiť, môžem jednu takú divnú požiadavku. Ten steak môže byť trošku viac ešte pripečený. I really hate doing this. The steak is absolutely flawless. It's perfect, and I wasn't satisfied. I really hate doing this. This is much harder than the worst reviewed series, but it needs to be done. It needs to be done. If they're the best reviewed place, they have to do it, and they're doing it with a smile on their face. So, 5-star. This is a 5-star service.
A kebyže chcem dať či už nie?
Máme výročie.
Dalo by sa? Vieš, to nerobí zákon, keď sa to leje do toho, kde sa to bude? Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
I absolutely hate us right now.
You see my hat?
You're so fucking right. You're so fucking right. All the steak is coming. Výborné. Ďakujem veľmi pekne. The corners of this steak are dry. It's like Gordon Ramsay would probably throw it away, but this is exactly how I wanted it. They did it. They did it. The steak is destroyed. Let's try it. Oh, it's so dry. Dry, but still amazing. Seasoned beautifully. This is heaven.
Oh, ďakujem. Super. Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Vladimir has an Aperol Spritz with sugar on the corner of his glass. That's ridiculous, but they did it. Delicious. Spectacular. A bit dry, but simply amazing. She's adorable. Chocolate souffle with white chocolate powder and sherry ragu. It's as good as it looks. We're gonna pay. Alright, let's head back to our cottage. It's time for another step of our embarrassing plan. The level of embarrassment is getting higher, so there's a possibility to order a masseur directly into our wooden cottage. The masseur doesn't know what's waiting for him. We have the filming lights here, we have the roses, and we have a lot of space, and we are also 2 guys, so there's only one possible scenario. Alright, so there's one male masseur and one female masseur. The male one is not responding, so we gotta call the lady. Dobrý den, paní tu je Popluhar. My jsme se právě s kolegou ubytovali v Chalúbkové a vidíme, že jsou tu ponúkané vaše služby masérské. Jste dnes k dispozici?
Dnes nie, zajtra večer jedine od Sony možno tento dneska.
To je škoda. Ďakujem vám veľmi pekne za informáciu. Majte sa, dovidenia. Well, there's one more thing we can do.
Dobre, jasne. Jasne, to bude úplne OK. Ja som je to také blbé, ale dalo by sa to spraviť tak, že ten asi to nie je standardné, že to máme to super nie si, ja otvorím dvere, bude to prekvapenie, že dalo by sa to spraviť. My sa to napadlo, že to nie druhá. Bude vám možná číslo, to mám. Ježiš, to je super, ďakujem veľmi pekne. 3, 4, 1. Ďakujem veľmi pekne. No, ak by sa dalo, ježiš, ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďakujem ešte raz, ďakujem.
So, our anniversary cake is being prepared. In the meantime, we're gonna take things into a whole new level. Since there were no masseurs available, we will try to get a massage from a female escort. And since we are a bit shy and we don't know the city, we're gonna call the receptionist if she can call us a female escort. I cannot believe we're doing this. We just checked some female escort websites, and there are only 2 girls available in the city of Ružomberok. One of them is 36 and the other one is 43. Only the older one is available right now, so I'm gonna have the number ready for the receptionist. And we're gonna see if the best reviewed hotel in Slovakia can call us a female escort for a tantric massage. This is her. It's gonna be blurred. Like, yeah, it's gonna be blurred. Not available.
The party you are calling is not answering.
Not available. I'm gonna leave her a message. Call me back as soon as you can. I'm gonna have the camera ready here, and when she calls, I'll answer. We have to try this. So this is what's gonna happen. In about 30 minutes, one of the servers will come to our cottage with a surprise cake. She thinks I don't know about the surprise, so she's gonna come to our cottage, and I'm gonna be there, laying naked, covered in rose petals, and it's gonna look like we just shot a porn scene here. And I'm gonna be handcuffed. It will look like we shot a scene and Vladimir forgot to unlock the handcuffs. What's gonna happen after that? I have no idea. All of you saying that this is too much. We just don't want the content to be boring. And we're not doing anything illegal. We just want to see the reaction. Okay, let's put the petals there. Rose petals.
Be more romantic.
Yeah. So this is how porn sets look. And you also need to put your tie on the stairs. So it would look like we had a very passionate moment downstairs and you took it upstairs. Oh shit, it hurts even saying this. It pains. She's gonna either start laughing or she's gonna drop the cake and run away. We just need to set up 3 hidden cameras here. Then we're good to go. It's time for handcuffs. If this video doesn't get demonetized, I will personally go to California and thank the CEO of YouTube. You can stop recording right now. Once she calls you, you're gonna record again. Close my door. Go. My heart's beating really fast. This will require acting skills from both of us. She's here. I can. She's here. Ponož na dole, už na to ťahá trošku. Vládko. Ponož na dole. Vlado, ponož na dole trošku.
Ježiš, to je to je.
Daj ma dole. Prečo si to slečno? Prečo si to slečno? No tak to je za... Povedz mi, že prečo ste tu dvaja? Prečo ste tu dvaja?
Ale ja som chcel prejsť prekvapenie.
Aké prekvapenie, že sem príde niekto? Je to možné, aby si zabudol za pol hodinu? Ale ja som si normálny? Chod vyplatiť slečnu. I have no idea what's going on right now. There was some problem with the payment, which makes it even more embarrassing. Look what they brought us. This is the best anniversary of my life. Vlad needs to come back. I have no idea what is Vlad doing. Where is he? Where he went? This hotel really deserves to be the best one in our country because of the staff. Let's wait for Vladimir and see the footage. Oh, she's such a sweetheart. Like, yeah, no hard feelings at all. She just left. She didn't want to be involved. There's one thing we need to do right now. We're gonna confront this lovely young lady with the fact that she works in the best reviewed hotel, and it's the best reviewed hotel also thanks to her. I'm pretty sure that the first few seconds are gonna...
Okay, well, you clearly don't care, so why don't you just leave?
I would like to stay. This pertains to me.
I would like you to leave. Why don't you go outside and take a shot of insulin and have a nap, okay?
Why do you always assume I have diabetes?
You have a glass of apple juice and tell me that you don't have diabetes, okay? All right. See? Just the noise you made when you stood up. I could... I see the sales department are down there. They're in the engine room, and they are shoveling coal into the furnace, right? I mean, who saw the movie Titanic? They were very important in the movie Titanic.
Everyone in the engine room drowned.
Okay. I want to give you a nappy head because you're Leslie. Well, that's not your character's name. This is not a joke. This is not a carnival.
Carnival. Carnival. What? It is.
Nice job. Nice work.
This says busiest beaver.
I know, it says busiest.
No.
You screwed that up, didn't you? I guess we have to go back, don't we? We're wasting a lot of tape. Give me that! I want you all to be Bavons, okay?
Yvonne is a girl's name.
You need to shut the up. Here's your headline. Scranton Paper Company, Dunder Mifflin, apologizes to valued client. Some companies still know how business is done.
It's more like the whole article.
Over the gums and through the lips. Look out, stomach. There we go. I don't mean to be crass, but get prepared to get wet. Because...
Oh my God. Wow. There was no double meaning in that. There wasn't a... You couldn't even get through it.
It's the most horrible thing. I'm so sorry. When he came out for soccer practice, I pinched him.
Where did you pinch him?
Y'all want to know what I've
was in for?
No, no. Hey.
Very busy. What do you need? We're rolling, Melissa.
Hi, how are you?
I thought somebody just said Mel.
So, you all want to know what
Mel?
I was in for?
I know I used to be a temp here, and now I'm your boss, and I understand how that must be weird for you. But you... I'm really sorry I broke. That was too good.
Well, I'd do the scene, but BJ's not here.
And resetting.
When I rolled, where'd BJ go?
Okay,
So,
we're all leaving for the hospital at 1 o'clock.
so freedom tree.
I can take 3. We're leaving for the hospital at 1.
Freedom tree. Sorry, let's just go through that part.
Okay, we're leaving for the hospital at 1.
Like a freedom tree?
I can take...
I guess what surround sound means is that, right over here, Jim. 2 speakers. Damn. We have 2 speakers. What? Honey? Oh, Jesus. This is terrible. We'll never finish this episode. Check this out. Folds. Right into the wall! Sorry. Oh my God.
Well, hello everybody. Hello everybody.
Oh man. I've been here for 6 hours.
Someone's fault.
Well, no, it's not. It's not anybody's fault. You know what? Let's just look at the lines, and then we'll do the scene again. Phyllis, did I or did I not say fruit?
You did say fruit,
And what
Michael.
is that?
Cake.
And what did I say?
Fruit.
Is this
thinks
is this
it's funny?
is this funny to you, Phyllis?
She's nervous.
Well, she should be nervous because I'm about to kick her ass. I'm gonna walk in again. This is Dijon, right? And this copier is working fine.
That's the original.
Well. Could not have made a better noise. Phyllis, we gave you one hell of a wedding shower. It was a golden shower, Phyllis. We all gave you a golden... We all came in this room for your wedding and gave you a... We all came in here and gave you a golden shower. Well, where's my golden shower?
So you don't have to do
I
this.
can do this. Ah, what is wrong with you today? Oh, God. You said you would laugh.
What happened to 4 and 3, Michael?
It's okay.
2 minutes is too soon.
We're
5
fine.
minutes
We're
and 2
fine,
minutes is
Jim.
a very
Jim.
big difference. You gotta hold it together right now. I told you to warn me in 5 minutes.
5 minutes to 2
Well, what
minutes.
happened to 4 and 3? Because 2 minutes doesn't do us any good.
Jim, come here.
No,
come here.
what? You gotta hold it together, okay, man?
Sit on your lap
You
now.
can sit on my lap all you want, because I am a male Santa, and that is something that Phyllis cannot do. Oh my God. Okay.
This is really comfortable.
Okay. Tell me what you want, little boy.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know you were going to ask me that.
What did you think was going to happen?
I didn't know. No one's ever let me sit on their lap before.
Hurry up, just say some toys.
Can you give me some choices?
Oh my God, Kevin, please.
Sorry.
Copper Squat, Here we go. Oh.
Sorry.
I'm glad. What would you like for Christmas, little Kevin?
I don't know. I didn't know you were going to ask me that.
Well, what did you think was going to happen here?
Sorry.
Out of curiosity, do you have any other characters?
Oh, I'm working on the Scranton Strangler.
I'm gonna get you. What do you think?
Oh, I'm working on a new one, Scranton Strangler.
I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, I'm working on the Scranton Strangler? Don't start laughing. I'm working on a new one, Scranton Strangler.
I'm gonna kill you. Now you with the laughing.
Kelly is even worse than Daryl.
We have 3 sex or heavy petting closets, 1 masturbation closet. Does anyone have a problem with that? Yes.
Gay closet.
5.
That wasn't
We'll
the
have 5
issue.
closets.
No, that wasn't the problem.
3 heavy petting closets, 1 masturbation closet, and 1 gay closet.
Absolutely
Yes?
not. I don't know.
Problem? Everybody happy?
With a glory hole.
What?
Well, it's just, I heard about it somewhere.
Holy
5th closet will have a glory hole.
Yep.
This here is a radon test kit. Okay, I'll be putting them everywhere. And please don't throw these out. This is a radon test kit. Please don't throw these out. See them all over the office.
Aaron, have you seen Michael?
Oh, hey, there you are. Hey, take that. Elon Musk. He is standing up. Elon Musk has spoken. We've got to beep this, right? Because we're still on Facebook and on YouTube. If you bleeped out the swearing, because Elon Musk's rallying cry, oh, we're going for it. We're demonetized anyway. Oh, because the government. I remember that when the government went, you better demonetize Russell Brand because we've got to help people by demonetizing Russell Brand. Oh, yeah, because I remember how the government have been helping us. All of our lives have been so helpful. They were so helpful in the pandemic, weren't they? Weren't they ever so helpful? Like as that COVID inquiry, just a couple of bad apples, just a couple of blonde-haired lunatics. Let's have a look at some of the memes that have emerged from Elon Musk's great moment.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself.
Yes, we're fighting back. We're fighting back against the system. We're awakening. Hang on a minute. These institutions can't hold themselves together. They require our compliance. What are you going to do against Musk? You don't have to be Elon Musk to have free speech and stand up against the system, but it helps.
Go fuck yourself.
There's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You don't want them to advertise?
No. If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself.
Freedom! Oh my God, we can eat food that's bad for us. Nations, we can liberate ourselves using techniques and technologies that have been forgotten because we've been browbeaten. He couldn't have shook up the system more if he'd worn a kilt and bared his ass Braveheart style. Blueface is surely the next move, but the rest of the conversation is equally enjoyable. We've got the longer bit of it as well when he just chats for a while.
And you're clarifying this now. But there's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
Stop. Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself.
It's happening again, never gets old. I mean, it's only happened in the last 24 hours. But what we're witnessing, I think, in real time, in fact, what the whole anti-free speech movement is about is this. The new tendency of technology and communications is for decentralized but unified democratic power. You could be running your own community now. You could be deciding how you want your nation, your state, whatever kind of principality you live within. You could have more democratic power than ever before. But they need the state to intervene. And the state intervenes on whose behalf? Is it yours? Is it you they're helping? Or is it their corporate paymasters? The model is beginning to crack. It's beginning to change. They have to work so hard to stop your awakening. Do you know where I get my encouragement from you? And seeing how hard they work to try to keep you distracted, how hard they work to shut down dissenting voices. They will do anything. They will say anything to ensure that you do not awaken and become free. And I glory in this because I know that they know deep down they've already lost. Glory to us. And Elon Musk, I guess he's got the dollar. He's got the dollar to back it up.
But
I like to see New York Times in the background. It sweets me.
Go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, you're in the audience. Well, let me ask you then.
He's really enjoying that. He's an unusual cat, Elon Musk. Because you've got the unusual, I suppose, the rockets, those cars, the flamethrower thing, buy Twitter, change its name to X, all of that. Like, so see, operates on an unusual frequency. What's fascinating is to see a mind like that, that's the mind of an engineer that knows how things work, how things operate. You might not like Elon Musk, okay? You don't have to like Elon Musk, but you are going to have to start forming alliances with people that are willing to stand up against the establishment, because the establishment has already decided the way this goes. More and more authoritarianism, more and more censorship, more and more surveillance, more and more legitimization of control. Just think about the last 3 years. Think about every crisis that happens and how it's handled. There's been a crisis, therefore we censor, therefore we surveil, therefore get in your house, sit still.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise. How do you think about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs to shift, maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising.
Loads of people must be signing up for X now, right? Loads of you must be subscribing to get those blue ticks right now. There'll be blue ticks all over the place, I imagine, as a result of this.
I mean, Linda Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising. Absolutely. So, and you think that, and they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, right? That's what I'm saying. Let's see how.
An external oppressor. You know, in our country,
we are moving to a situation where these companies do not get to self-monitor. That's why Commission Man has been established to make sure that these companies are held responsible, because while some were responsible, others were not. So let me reassure you, Gardaí were seized of this. They were engaging directly with the social media companies.
Amazing, what a fantastic and extraordinary story, and that shows you the nature of the problem. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a
Oh, don't get to eat for free today. I'm not even half as heavy as you need to be to eat here for free. I've gained a lot of weight on this trip. I was 152 pounds when I left.
So for those of you that don't know, this is the world-famous Heart Attack Grill in downtown Las Vegas. This restaurant is renowned for serving food intentionally high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. In other words, foods that, if consumed regularly, may increase risk of a heart attack. So it's not just a clever name. The fries are cooked in lard, the shakes are served with a wedge of butter, and wine is served by the litre out of IV bags. It's also home of the legendary octuple bypass burger, which, when analysed by Guinness World Records, was found to contain almost 20,000 calories. The restaurant is also themed like a hospital, so you have to wear a gown the entire time you're on the premises, serves dressed like medical staff, and perhaps most terrifyingly of all, if you don't finish your order, treatment is administered by the way of 3 hard spankings to the buttocks. Sounds like a laugh.
Alright, let's get inside.
You do have to wear hospital gowns the whole entire time inside the building, so welcome to the hospital.
Okay.
Just to let you know, if you do not finish your food, you get 3 spankings by your nurse.
3?
Go ahead and enter that room, wait for a nurse to put on your gown, okay?
Okay.
Finish the octuple bypass burger. I need to warn you that if you're a naughty boy or girl who didn't finish the entire meal, the nurse is going to give you 3 hard spanking.
This is intense. Alright, this is a Heart Attack Grill. Wow. I've never been here. This is quite the experience so far.
Can I tell you about the menu?
Yeah, sure.
Nothing great. No lettuce, no pickles, vegan and bacon, everything. Nothing diet is a bad word. Shakes are amazing, but it is butterfat shake, so it's very thick.
Yeah.
Wine comes in an IV bag, Jello shots come in a syringe, and then all of our liquor comes in a pill bottle with a free slushie. And then water is only bottled. We don't want you to drink it. It has no calories.
Okay, alright, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This must be the spanking station. This is where you get slapped 3 times pretty hard, apparently, if you don't finish your food. Oh, just about makes it for a free burger, I think. Right, we're going to look at the menu, see what we can order. Got to be the octuple bypass. Has to be. I'd never live it down if I didn't order that one. I don't get one of those butterfat shakes. Apparently those have somewhere between 1,500 and 3,000 calories in them. I feel like I should order the IV of wine. I mean, I hate wine, but it looks good on thumbnail, right? It's hard to like this one, you know, because there's a lot of different light sauces. I won't bore you the details. I'm not entirely sure what I want to order, actually, but
Alright, well, we can find out together.
I think I have to order the octuple bypass, but yeah.
With the bacon, right?
So that's how it normally comes?
Yeah, add bacon to it. Then it hits almost 20,000.
Also with the bacon, 20,000? I better get the bacon then, yeah?
Smart. How about our chili? All beef, no beans, no vegetables, and it's not spicy.
Yeah, I'll have a chili. I mean, all that's calorie count.
True.
Yeah.
Yes, we have chocolate, strawberry, vanilla, and coffee. Vanilla or coffee.
Vanilla or coffee.
Those are my 2 favorites. It's really good. We have a small syringe that I administer orally as a strawberry vodka jello shot, and then we have the giant syringe, which would be medication. Absolutely. Give you your medication.
I can probably do one of those.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back with the medication.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is that one of your freebies? You got a free burger? Yeah? Nice.
Just to remind you that it's made with butter. It's a little thick and creamy.
In case you forgot. Oh, this is the...
Your medication.
Oh, right, okay.
Don't try to chew it. Relax, throw and swallow, and yes, I do it all at once.
Okay.
Okay, you ready?
I don't know if I'm ready.
Here we go. Push your mouth around. It makes it easier. Nice. Just like that. You took your medication.
Oh, I do feel a bit like my
Right.
procedure.
That way when you get your spanking, you don't feel it as much.
This is the IV of wine, which I'm not...
An entire liter.
A litre, that's for one
It's
person.
an entire volume. Absolutely. Yeah, you took your medication.
Alright, thank you. I don't know if would drink a litre of wine, would they? For themselves? My sister would actually, that's why. Is the butter on top necessary? We still eat that? Oh, that's greasy. Alright. Is he going to stand up?
No, I have to hold it for you until you're ready.
Alright, what do you reckon? Do you think I can finish it?
No.
No?
I'm going to be honest. No. I'm looking forward to spanking you. 40 slices of bacon.
Right.
An entire tomato.
All right.
8 servings of cheese.
Okay.
8 servings of chili and 16 slices of cheese.
It's a lot. It's 20,000 calories.
19,964. Almost.
We could round it up, right? Man, it's well, you cook these things in lard?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The flavor in there.
I'm at the world famous Heart Attack Grill today in downtown Las Vegas, and I'm taking on the octuple bypass burger. You don't get anything if you finish it, but you put
You get a high five. 20,000 calories in your belly.
I suppose it's that, yeah. I'll give you a shot if I need any more.
Absolutely.
I'll chili smashing down my throat. Thank you. I'll put the timer on the screen just for fun. This is Baby's food, and this is the legendary octuple bypass burger.
Yeah, what's up, Bellamy? Welcome back. We finally made it to the Heart Attack Grill, the globally infamous nucleus of dietary excess. I don't think I've ever been asked to visit any restaurant more than I've been asked to visit this one. It almost feels like some kind of religious pilgrimage after all these years doing what I do. And of course, I had to get the octuple bypass burger with extra chili, no less.
I'm trying to hold the burger up with my forearm. Oh, the burgers are rich.
Ooh, you can say that again. I don't know if I've even got the vocabulary to describe how these pies taste, other than to just say, I don't know, outrageous, depraved even. They are so full of fat. It does feel like a bit of a crime to eat them, to be honest.
Oh. What's it? It's rich, you know.
That was the goofiest laugh ever. We're blame the salt. Probably starting to hit me about now. I think the nurse might be starting to change her prognosis though. Still, a long way to go, like.
What are we about halfway?
Something like that, I think.
Yeah, 4 down, 4 to go.
Oh. I don't know what it is about this, but it kind of feels like you shouldn't eat lots of it.
I suspect it might be the fact that everything is deep fried in lard. Just a hunch. I've got to say, after a patty or two, it feels absolutely gross to eat, but admittedly delicious at the same time.
Oh, that's real. Oh! That was so hard. Is that normal? That was really hard. Yeah. I gotta finish this now. I can't get in like that. Do you have that Mexican Coke here?
So we used to. After COVID, we weren't able to get it anymore, so we just have regular Coke.
Can I have a regular Coke? I would love it, thank you. I heard that Mexican Coke, but sadly no. Oh, thank you. That is a huge can. I've never seen a Coke can that big, ever. I suppose, yeah, good point. Right, we need to get this done while it's still reasonably warm, because this is not going to be fun when it's cold.
Yeah, that's true. When this is hot, it's actually very easy to eat on account of all the fat, but so that's cool now, so just stop lingering if I want to get it done.
I really am very happy I did not get up.
I think I might save the bottom bun until last because there's probably like 5,000 calories in it alone. It's absolutely saturated with grease.
Yeah, we'll save that bottom bun for a sebaceous little treat at the end. I've got to say, this food actually tastes a lot better than I expected. You wouldn't want to eat here more than, I don't know, maybe once ever. But it is a laugh. It's a shame you don't get anything for finishing this thing, especially since apparently only like a handful of people have ever finished the full one with the bacon and everything. They used to push you out in a wheelchair and do like a siren thingy, I think, but apparently the last time they did that, the wheelchair got nicked. So, no more. Anyway, hope you enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed the series, and stick around for the consequences of me not finishing the wine. Catch you next time!
Almost.
I was wrong. I was very incorrect. I'm sorry I judged you skinny. How dare I? I guess they know who you are. I was like, no way. You did it. You did it. Yay! I eat my words. Usually with the bacon, it's not finished. That was really good. Yeah. And I got you with the jello shot, too.
Yeah.
That's a big shot.
That probably helps. If I drink some of this, I might make a mess of the whole restaurant.
So you push this down. And
Alright. Like a real IV. That'd probably be pretty painful. Waiting for that to fill up a whole glass. Let's have a little bit of wine. Oh, God. I'm just enjoying some dessert now.
Do people usually doubt you?
Problem is I didn't finish the IV pack of wine, so I'm gonna get spanked. Whoa, that was painful. That actually hurt. My left arm cheek is numb.
So I do the right one and I'm like nice to it, right? But that left one, I just do really well. That's why I go back to the other side, because the left side, I'm really good.
Something wrong with you, I think.
Absolutely, I've been here 11 years. I enjoy this way too much.
Can we see if we can get weighed on a big scale in the background? See how much that meal cost in pounds. Right. Good lord. I'm dieting for like a month now. Ooh, nice. Old gowns. That was a hot experience. Thank you, nice to meet you. You too. What do you guys think? You think I can finish it? Yeah?
You guys are sweet.
Yeah. She said the sweet.
Nu-i de băieți pe 60 în freză. Mai să iau un kill și tot așa. Încă un kill, 6 cu 9, 4 cu 9, 6 cu 9.
Am ba pula coaie, dacă nu mai în stand stau, bă. Nu mai în stand stau, mă jur că nu mai în stand stau. Ori în stand, ori în crowd control, ori în, nu știu, stau numai în stand-uri. Da, și voi la jos. Ăsta farmează. Eu nu știu ce să-mi fac pe mine de famă. Fac ăsta momentan. Părere casante foarte bun. Foarte bun, frate. Poate cel mai bun top laner la momentul de față. Dacă vă întrebați de ce dau în ăla, pentru că îl bat mult mai repede pe ăla decât pe pișatul ăla de Jarvan. N-am last whisper-ul ăsta deloc când dau în el, ești nebun. Zici că e degeaba. Îi dau 50 de meși cu last whisper pe mine. Feed-ul ăla a greșit-o acolo. A trebuit să dăm endo aici. Stai endo. Tot m-a prins, mă. Nu mai e endo. Explicați-mi și mie ce a vrut să facă Maocaiul acolo. Ce a vrut să facă acolo Maocaiul? Să rămână pentru sănătate la fel. Băi, să rămână mult pentru cele 630 de like-uri, apreciez. Tare prostuț exeratul ăsta. De la începutul meciului a fost prostuț așa. De la începutul meciului a fost prostuț cu aia al meu. Ce deadmatch se joacă, bă, da. Jinx-ul ăla cum ai fi dat? Are 3 iteme și el. Am 4 eu, dar are 3 el. Ce fac ai mei? Trebuie doar să țină wave-ul. A murit ăsta. A murit la coaie. Și ăla scapă, nu? Măcar atât. Nu știu ce pula mea au făcut ai mei cu aia. Trebuie să facem ăsta. Trebuie să facem următorul Dragon Mă solo. Asta este pentru cei care n-au uitat de frații care nu de mult dintre noi au plecat. E dedicată mamelor care încă plâng. Păi, au dat o grămadă chestii pe mine. O grămadă chestii pe mine au dat Mucava și pola voastră. O grămadă chestii au dat pe mine acolo. Ultă de Darius, ultă de Jarvan. Au dat o grămadă chestii pe mine. Am rezistat cât am putut, dar nu o să-mi iau stopoace acum, sincer. Nu cred că poate să dea Bendo aici, se chinuie. Maxim să ia inhibitorul din nou. Poate să ia inhibitorul din nou, poate să-l ia. Trebuie să facem asta. Te pup pentru Blade. Băi, care kill-uri? Dacă nu știi, Cheta zice că e meci de silver. Bă, da, în pula mea. Păi, cu aia, 48 la 46, ești nebun la cap. Bă, vreau și eu farmul ăsta pe bottom. Un Rick serat înainte de Dragon. Moare și Maokaiu. Ajută-l cu aia. Mă bate Jarvanul, prea puternic mă bate Jarvanul ăla. Să mai iau un dragon. Mă, are 19-3-25 Jarvanul ăla. Se dă flic. Doamne, cât damage dă Jarvan ăsta. Bravo, coaie, ăsta e fight-ul, ăsta e fight-ul. Ce căuta Maokai acolo? Ne-au despărțit cu aia. Ne-au despărțit și ai mei s-au dus să se bată. Au dat endu. Ne-au despărțit, efectiv ca la proști cu aia. Bă, ca la proști. Mamă, ce face ăsta cu aia? N-am cum să țin, 27 de secunde n-am cum să țin. E GG meciul ăsta. N-am cum să țin. GG. Mamă, cu aia cât de proști sunt ăștia din echipa mea să moară morții mei dacă nu sunt tare prostuți. Maokai s-a dus singur să se bată cu ei, după care s-a dus Renekton, după care Xerath. Pe rând cu aia. Mamă. Doamne, coaie, ce jucător de weekend. Meci de silver a fost ăsta. Ăsta a fost best match obraznic de silver, coaie. Nici în silver nu se joacă așa, nu. Îi dau lui Xerath ăla, îi dau report, coaie. Divide and Conqueror, aia a fost acolo, bă, da. Da. În halul ăsta de proști n-am văzut cu aia, nu știu, doar e să mă ierte cineva de pe cea dacă e silver cu aia, dar cred că jucează 10 ori mai bine decât ăștia, ești nebun. Melodia PLS, da, stai că acum o pun. Ce piesă era, Gabriele, că nu găsesc ăla? A? Poți să-mi zici cum se numea ce mi-ai dat acolo ultima oară, Gabriel, te rog? Te pupă, Călin, te pupă, fratelo. Păi și tu te-ai dus la Lerși pe Darius Chetane, da, cu aia, dar nu m-am dus după aia solo să mă bat cu aia Olindo, știi ce zic? Adică puteam să ne dăm back, recall, ne duceam, ne băteam din bază. Înțelegi ce zic? Nu m-am dus după aia să mă bat solo cu aia. Eu mi-am dat recall frumos, m-am dus și am stat la turnuri, la Nexus. Înțelegi? Nu m-am dus solo prin pădure fără warduri în pula mea să mă bat cu Rakan, Jarvan și Jinx. Înțelegi tu? Ce piesă mi-ai dat aici, frate? Am avut în viața mea și bucurii și supărări, dar am optat nicio supărare. Căline, bine sănătoși, frate meu. A fost mai devreme pe live Grăsanu. Dacă dai un pic mai înapoi, îl vezi. Bro, dar în divizia ta nu prea se joacă Akali, văd. Eu nu țiu, se joacă și Akali, frate meu. Nu atât de des, dar se joacă. Accent, nu, frate meu, dau solo azi. Bă, dar ce meci de silver cu aia. Hai să-mi bag pula. Sunt curios să văd profilul lui Jarvan ăla. N-a jucat rău Jarvan ăla. O TP de Jarvan. N-a jucat rău deloc. Mi-era greu să-i dau doji la combo, ești nebun? Și încă 2 like-uri și facem 666 de like-uri security. Am pus 750 de oameni la meciul anterior. Să rămână mult de tot, vă pup pe toți. Vă mulțumesc și pentru fiecare like, băieți. Norocheta mi-am desfăcut o bere și am luat o pauză de la LOL pentru tine. Cheers, te pup, frate meu, să ai poftă. Tot ce zici că faci, Căline. Abia am ajuns acasă, fratelo, imediat mă uit. Te pup, golane. Nu știu dacă mă mai auzi sau dacă... Madame Mid. Mamă, știi ce înseamnă midul ăsta, nu? Băi, știi ce înseamnă midul ăsta, nu? Vreau să vă pe chat dacă știe cineva, să văd eu cine mă urmărește pe mine. Sunt Dorofean Andrei, câte măsă, frate meu, sunt în Diamond 2. Dar n-am mai jucat pe contul ăsta. Ieri, alaltăieri m-am apucat pe EUNE. M-am reapucat pe EUNE, de fapt. Mă, Alpha Night direct, ești nebun la cap. Ui, cum? Ce vorba e asta? Se dă one-shot-uri. Direct piatra, adevărat. Piatra, aia zic. Aia, bolovanul. Cum de joci pe contul ăsta? M-am săturat de vest, frate. Te aud ce să fac, abia am ajuns acasă, am avut niște treabă pe la carabinieri și na. Cu probleme sau Muntele României? Pun și o piesă. Nu știu de ce, nu cred că se terminase asta, Gabriel, ca să știi. Nu știu de ce, nu cred că sunt singurul, dar îmi place piesa asta cu aia, mi se pare că dă un vibe bun. Nu știu de ce, pula mea. Chiar nu știu de ce. Ia uzi. În camera. Mamă, Gino ăla e... O să fie mâncărica mea. Lemne și pietre după curul lor. Te bă, păi, năcămăule. Bă, vezi că îmi place piesa asta mult. Nu știu de ce, dar îmi place. Malfita pe viabil, te uiți și îmi spui tu all hate me. Îmi spui tu dacă ți se pare viabil, frate meu. Sună ca manelele alea old school vechi și de asta îmi place piesa. Mie îmi place piesa. Bă, ai să râzi, dar cred că da, frate meu, cred că da. Evelin e român. Sunt mid. Dar nu îți face griji. Promit că nu fidez. Îi dau ulte bune. Să ți-l bag atunci. Șiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiii
Toată viața mea e tristă și într-odată am lăsat ferile și-am bătut întuneric în cameră. Pământul meu e doar la tine și-am umplut în lacrimoasa de vernă.
Am draperile în cameră. Doar la tine. Mai trăiește trucul, mai trăiește, mai trăiește. Exotic Nox, depinde cum merge cu LOL-ul, frate. Momentan, distracție voie bună, știi ce zic? E all good. Ce avem, mă? Vex pe mid, o one-shot îi trag la muie. Dacă nu fidează ai mei în early, one shot, one shot, one shot, one shot, one shot, one shot, le dau one shot și la ai mei. Bă, sincer să fiu cu tine, sclăbuțule, aș trage un Daisy. De ce să mănânc căcat? Chiar aș trage un Daisy. Am chat restrict, nu mai zic? Ia joacă chat restrict tu să-și de la mine. Nici eu nu pot să zic nimic în pula mea. Mersi mult de ori, să rămână. Dark Harvest. Sărunele. E super frumos studioul, Robert. Căline, dacă asta zici acum, pe când îl termin, mâncați și cu aile tale, că eu acum am dat zoom in ca să nu se vadă ce am făcut pe aici. Dar când o să termin cu peretele, să pun tot ce am depus pe perete și să vadă tot aici, pobiță, mâncați și coaile tale. Singura chestie nasoală e că nu o să mai îmi vedeți fața atât de aproape. O să o vedeți un pic mai de departe cum ar veni. Că n-am ce să fac ca să se vadă nebuniile astea. Știi ce zic? O să se vadă frumos, frumos, Căline, o să vezi. Și îți mulțumesc mult de tot că tu ești unul din oamenii care a contribuit la... Zi să-i zic. Ce pula mea fac ăștia, mă? Gang de la ăla level 1. Da. Ba, am venit să te ajut în pula mea. Vezi că s-ar putea să-ți vină și jungler acum. Mai nașpa e că am pierdut niște farm aici. Level 6 gang pe mid, că altfel trucurile te înjur. Nici mă interesează catapulta puiul, mă interesează doar XP-ul, atât. O să dai mine că dai în fabrici și uzine. Nu știu ce face Jana aia. Și până la gang de la suport, nu știu cu aia ce joacă ăștia, mă. Habar n-am. Deci eu am impresia că noi ne jucăm de fapt și de drept, nu ne jucăm în Diamond, ne jucăm pe undeva prin Silver, băieți. Cred eu, nu știu. Ăsta îl chinuie talentul, încearcă să mă bată. E, aici n-ai să faci. Și uite cine a luat kill-ul. Bă, n-am cu ce să vă ajut acolo, nu fiți mâiști. Se dă trou frumos. Se dă trou frumos. Frumos, frumos. Deci, Corchela mă înjură pe mine pentru că el a luat-o pe aici și l-au bătut ăștia. În Diamond e mai rău decât în Silver 100%, bă, da. E vina mea că m-a băgat pe mine mid, mă. Ce vina, mă, eu? N-am cu ce să te ajut, trucule, pleacă și tu de acolo cu aia. Că nu am cu ce să te ajut. O să ne bat aici pe amândoi. Pula măta. Are level 2, mă. E, și acum vin cam rău. Mă doare în pulă. Da, e tare prostus Draven-ul ăla. S-a întors, nu știu de ce s-a întors. Nice. Bine, aici și-a luat avantajul ăsta pe mid. Are 10 milioane peste mine, dar a luat 2 stack-uri și XP, are un level peste mine. Explicați-mi și mie când mă atinge. Dacă vine trucul pe mid la level 6, îl arunc în aer. Hai cu minte acolo, pui mea. Ți-am zis că l-aruncăm în aer. Dacă îmi vine pe mid, la level 6, n-are cum să miște ăla, ești nebun. Maxim să... Bă, ăla e acolo, ăla e acolo. Ăla e pe top. Rock solid! Maxim să ne ia banana. Maxim o banană în buze să-i o dăm. Mai nașpa că nu mai pot să rămân pe mid acum și o să ia fraierul și să stea curieră. Bă, cred că o să mă duc de fapt pe ăsta. E mai good. Nu știu unde e ăsta. S-ar putea să moară la pe bottom. I-am dat pinguri într-una. Îi mai dau încă. Oricum a murit de la ăla direct. Nu trebuia să vină asta pe... Salut, puiule. Bun flash-ul. Bun flash-ul. Ne vedem în 90 de secunde, da? Ne vedem în 90 de secunde din nou. Ne vedem în 90 de secunde din nou, Vexule. În 77 acum. Ești campeoana, Maria Ioana. Gino ăla o să-și ia one shot de la mine. Băi, ideea e că Draven ăla a avut 3-1 la un moment dat, acum are Gino de 1, adică iar au murit. Faculez, dai așa, că de că de ceva le trimitem în Olanda. Aveam TP, sincer, și aș fi putut să-l dau, dar n-aveam ultimată. Deci erau șanse să mor și eu. De-aia nu l-am dat. Sincer vă spun. Că l-aș fi dat, adică gen dacă aveam ultimată era dat TP-ul pe bottom. Coaie, ce pula mi se aude donația lui Andreuțu acum? Coaie, acum a venit donația lui Andreuțu. Ba, am râd dacă e ceva făcut rău. Ce pula vreți? M-am zis că-l fur. Am zis că-l fur, coaie. Da, nu le dăm șansă. Nu le dăm șansă. Troll Malfeed Me 313. Eu am zis că le dau cu piatra în cap. Ei nu mă cred. Au zis că sunt troll eu. Foarte sigur că o să le țin minte. Ăsta ar trebui să mor aici. Sau nu? Nu știu de stau. N-am multă din nou. Iar îmi dau TP degeaba. Îmi dau TP degeaba, îți dau un Q și un E, atât. Și nici măcar că mor. Mă duc spre bottom până ajung acolo la multă. Multă în 14, trucule. Salut! Salut! Bă, s-au dus la jupă asta, că putem să-i batem. Și am și TP-ul să mă duc pe mid sau poate chiar pe top, dar n-am unde să dau pe top nimic, deci mergem pe mid. Luăm asta. Bă, de fapt, știți ceva, mă, îmi fac ăsta, mă, prima oară și vă zic și de ce. 10 ability haste-ul acum la început, bă, fiecare secundă contează, mă. Îmi trebuie level. Îmi trebuie level acum, tot ce îmi trebuie level. Level 11. Nucleară. Păi, dau cu pietre în ei, nașul. Bă, ar trebui să moare acolo. Nu mai moare acolo. Imaginați-vă dacă avea mult. Bine, de fapt nici nu trebuie să vă imaginați dacă avea multă, că nu-mi trebuie mult. Malfeed mid e broken. Eu nu trebuie ultimată cu aia. În schimb acum, și putea să-mi dau TP aici dacă nu dispare ward-ul ăla și dacă ajung și eu pe bottom. Mi-am făcut treaba. Mi-am făcut treaba, atâta vă zic. Mi-am făcut treaba prea frumos. Ăsta pușează topul, că shenul ăla e de 6 zile pe bottom. Joacă de 5 shenul ăla. Adică știe fraierul cu flash, de-aia, cu de-aia. Nu-i rău, nu-i rău. Dar dau nici ca surd în tobe cu aia. Dă rom cu cola. Și am și mai mult farm ca vexul ăla. Bine, 3 minioni, pula ta. Da. Mă enervează că mă scoate oricine din combo cu aia. Adică gen când îmi dau ultă n-apuc să dau ultă EQ, știi? Că îmi dă Jana Q, că îmi dă... Mi-a dat zone, mi-a dat stopwatch-ul, de fapt nu zone, băga-mi și pula cu aia. N-am vrut. Nu râdeți că n-am vrut cu aia. Ai dat bounty de 900, asta e buba? Pe cine, spune-mi pe cine am dat ca să știu pe cine bat. Pe cine am dat bounty, mă? Pe Graves? Ok. Fii atent, urmărește-l pe Graves ăsta aici, da? În 8 secunde. În 6 secunde. Unu, da? Măi, și-a dat și flash-ele, e obraznic de prost. Să dăm niște vision aici. Dacă ți le iau pe Graves următoarea tură. Problema e echipa. Asta e 0-4 cu aia. Am multă în 30 secunde iar. Bă, trebuie să fie murit ăla. Da, a murit ăla. Nice. Problema e că Ginu îl bate pe Draven 1 la 1. Deci Ginul lor îl bate pe Dravenul meu 1 la 1. Nu știu cum. Chiar n-am nicio idee cum se poate întâmpla una ca asta. Chiar nu pot să-mi dau seama cum. Deci pe Graves trebuie să-l bat eu, nu? Să-i dau one shot lui Graves ăla. Dar joacă prea agresiv. Te pup, Cosmin, cât mă mersi mult pentru cele 13 lungul ăla, ne apreciez și îți mulțumesc. Imaginați-vă și un Infernal Soul pe Malfitul ăsta. Unu? E cu minte, mă, nebunule, că e greu. Aici am murit eu. Aici am murit eu, am zis. L-am bătut pe Graves. Nu e că la noi ăsta e pe top, ăsta e pe bottom. A murit și Graves-ul. Se joacă puternic. Se joacă foarte puternic. E mid-diff. Nu știu despre ce pula mea vorbim. Mid și jungler diff în pula mea. 1 cu 4 mă făcea pe mine troll, 3 cu 4 mă făcea pe mine troll. Să zic că mersi. Mai folosim și noi TP-ul ăsta, bă, că nu l-am folosit deloc. E foarte juicy Graves-ul ăla. Eu îi trage o ultimată în muie. Trucule, vezi că ți-au și oreți. Mersi. S-a părut capul sorb pe aici. Hai coaie, ce ochi am. Mamă, Graves-ule. Deci să vezi ce ultimata îți dau, Graves-ule. Pe Graves o dau. Dacă prind mai mult decât unul, sunt numărul 1. Da, pe Graves-ul ăla îl vreau. Nu știu, am bolă pe el acum. Sau dau pe trinși. Hai, te cu minte, mă. Poate mă ajungi pe mine, băieți. Ia și tu ăsta. Au. 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 știu ce fac ai mei cu aia. Ce până am făcut trucul aici, ce face? Am prins ultimată pe 3 inși. Da, că am 2 iteme terminate acum. Îl bate și pe ăla, că nu are să facă ăla. Frumos. Bă, ultima dată pe 3 inși cu aia. Nu, frumosul Alexandru, nu, m-a dat mit cu aia. Și eu nu dau dodge. Ai dat capul în perete, mă? Te-a dat trucul capul în perete cu aia? Câte meciuri Uniunea ai Chetane? 1 sau 2. Sunt latin și ambelele. Hai venit Cicoa. Hai venit Cicoa, ce să mă dau și eu un pic bătaie. Am ultimată la 59 de secunde. 54 acum, 55 și mai am nevoie de un level jumătate. Dar n-aș vrea să ajung până în punctul ăla. Mă dau bază repede, mă duc să-mi termin încă un item. Și ideea e că îmi fac acum, nu știu ce să-mi fac acum, sincer. Rabadon, bă. Cred că merge Rabadonul ca pumnul în ochi. Să rămână 15, mersi mult de tot, frate meu. Apreciez și îți mulțumesc, Golană. Dacă simți să faci asta din suflet, go for it. Dacă o faci doar că a fost un trend sau că e un trend, nu o face, frate meu, știi ce zic? Mă, că capul mine. Bă, s-a luat un inhibitor, ăsta iar n-a fost cu noi. Nu știu cum pula mea suntem noi. Mereu singuri. Suntem lonely. I am so lonely. I have nobody. Rabadon direct, îmi fac, da. Rabadon, biblac Rabadon. Îți mai iei mașină, bro? Bă, frate meu, am stat și m-am gândit mai bine mâncaia șocului și am zis în felul următor. Dacă mi-au mașină, sunt un idiot. Și zic și de ce. Pentru că eu acum stau într-un apartament cu 2 camere, cu fiul și nevasta mea. Momentan, îi mulțumesc lui Dumnezeu că am unde să stau. Înțelegi? Dar vreau să-mi fac o rată de 700 de euro pentru o mașină. În condițiile în care, repet, în aceiași bani s-ar lipi și o casă cu aceeași rată. Adică aș da aceiași bani, aceeași rată și aș putea să mă mut, gen, nu știu, într-un, cum se numește, mă, de la duplex. Cu 3-4 camere, să aibă și fiul camera lui. Chiar azi am fost în Jumbo în pula mea și mă uitam la jucării și la chestii și zicea Sabina că vrea să-i cumpere Lego-uri când se face mai mare și că dacă e să-i facem camera gen cu Lego-uri, știi? Vreau să-i ofer un viitor copilului meu cu aia și mașina, da, e o utilitate, că am nevoie de ea, pentru că acum am un Golf 5 în 2 uși și mă chinui un pic să mă deplasez când vine vorba de a lua copilul cu noi, că n-avem spațiu. Dar găsim noi soluții, mai bine încerc să-i ofer lui, repet, posibilitatea să aibă, na. Cred că am gândit-o cât s-a putut de matur. Greizule, greizuțule, ce-ți dau ție, bă, băiatule. Băi, cum e ultimata asta lui Malfi, deci eu ador. Mă jur. Mi se pare că e atât de ușor de jucat campionul ăsta. Trebuie doar să nu fideze lumea. Da, nu, îmi și dă damage ăsta. Deci Jin coaie, Jin care se chinuie aici nebun la cap să facă ceva, versus un Malphite care te știu cum dărâmă turnul, 300 de damage pe turn. Nici nu mă chinui meciul ăsta, mă jur că nu mă chinui meciul ăsta. Efectiv nu m-am chinuit meciul ăsta. Da, bă, cu Vade n-am banii cash să-mi iau casa, știi ce zic? E vorba că oricum îmi fac rata, adică fac cum ar veni prima casă, numai că nu fac pe un apartament, fac pe o casă, știi ce zic? Adică asta vreau să fac. Numai că trebuie să aștept până în februarie ca să am zi să-i zic, pe firmă, nu mai știu cum se numește, bilanț, robuz, pulă, nu mai știu exact. Ca să pot să fac împrumutul, de-abia în februarie. Până atunci am zis că strâng bănuți, adică gen susținerea voastră, o mare parte din ea trăiesc și o parte din ea o pun deoparte în așa fel încât să pot să strâng de un avans, pardon. Da, Malphite troll mid, bă. Bă, n-am vrut să mă joc Malphite. Uite, e selectat AD carry, dar m-a dat AD carry, m-a dat mid. Să rămână mult pentru cele 746. 7-800 să fie rata, bă, cam așa aș vrea eu, da. Adică nevastă mea câștigă undeva la să zicem un 800 de euro. 750, 700, bine, cu bonusuri, cu chestii, cu dude, știi? Între 700 și 800 de euro. Și am zis că rata o plătește ea, ca să fim siguri, pentru că la mine nu e treaba sigură, știi? Și în caz că va trebui vreodată să mă duc să mă reangajez, ceea ce nu este nicio problemă, n-am niciun stres. Adică mă bag din nou instructor de fitness, dar până când intru în pâine și etc. și la să ne permitem măcar să o plătim de la ea și de mâncare mă descurc eu în pula mea, fac on defense. Cheta face credit ipotecar vrei tu, dar nu prima casă, te rog eu, e cea mai mare cămătărie inventată de statul român. Bă, ideea e că n-am ce să fac TR69, nu știu dacă îmi dă pe firmă credit ipotecar, știi ce zic? Pentru că eu teoretic iau casa aia cum ar veni pentru sediu social. Te salut, frate din Norvegia, te urmăresc, te pup, Denis Mariodan, binevenit, golane. Păi și cu studioul pe care îl faci acum, ce faci? Pe Silviu X8, frate meu, până se îndeplinește planul ăsta, mai fac încă un an de zile lejer live-uri de aici. Deci și pot să-mi iau tot ce am investit, adică mi iau birou, monitoarele, suportul, ce pun pe perete, LED-uri astea, pot să mi le iau în pula mea, știi ce zic? Și îmi scot și o parte din rată, o scot din chirie, că bag apartamentul în chirie. Adică ai putea să dai golful și să mai pui puțin, să treci la o mașină cu 4 să fie mai ușor cu bebele. Bă, asta o să fac, Mihai XB, dar momentan vreau să fac asta cu casa, pentru că mașină, când avem drumuri, adică gen când mă duc cu copilul la doctor, că urmează să mergem acum iar la sunt verificări de-astea lunare, știi? Când mă duc cu copilul acum îmi dă socrul meu mașina lui, că e cu 4 și. Dacă faci creditul pe numele lui Sabina la un venit de 800 de euro, primește credit ipotecar. Bă, da, dar nu știu dacă se încadrează, că vezi tu, un duplex de la undeva la vreo 120.000 TR69 și nu știu dacă îi dă cu aia. Aia e buba. Înțelegi tu? Aia e singura chestie, golană. Da, Denis, nu mă deranjează cu aia dacă îmi dau sfaturi sau chestii. Doamne, ferește în pula mea. Bă, eu vorbesc cu voi și că vorbesc cu prietenii mei, știi ce zic? Adică scumpesc casele azi, să-mi bag pula. Bă, sunt foarte cu aia, mă uitam. Fii atent diferența, Denis, mâncați și cu aile tale. Fii atent, deci ascultați-mă un pic. Mie nu vine să cred că există așa ceva. Mie mi se pare asta o tâmpenie și nu înțeleg de ce pula mea cu aia mi se pare că e o hoție. Deci un duplex, cu aia un duplex cu 4 camere, 130.000 de euro și un apartament cu 3 camere, 110.000. Mi se pare că e ireal, ești nebun la cap, apartament cu 3 camere, 110.000. 100.000 minim, cel mai prost. Gen nefăcut și zonă proastă. Bă, da, Căline s-ar putea, ești nebun. Da, stau în București. Duplexul e scump la întreținere? Mă, cât de scump să fie coaie? Cât de scump să fie? Da, are logică ce zici tu, Alex, dar... Păi, tinereța mea parcă avea un 5-ar sau un 3-ar. Alex Filip, nu mai am 5-arul de mult cu aia. Am anunțat acum mult timp că l-am vândut când am avut probleme cu ANAF-ul. L-am vândut, cred că am 2 ani de când l-am vândut, ceva de genul ăsta. Nu mai am de mult. Te bă, pe Diana, te bă, fată. Îți faci o casă de 102, îți cazezi tot neamul acolo și eu am vrut prima casă, dar am anunțat și o construiesc, e mult mai ok și fără rate. Păi bă, nu am bani aia cash, mă, nebunule, aia e problema. Dacă tu ai 120.000 cash, ești barosansan, ești nebun la cap. N-am bani aia cash. Foarte bun invade-ul ăsta așa. Mamă, și am și bani de cul. Cu aia am bani de cul. Mă simt cool. Te pupă frumos, Alexandru, să rămână. Uite, Alexandru a contribuit acolo la fondul de casă. Să rămână, apreciez. Pup ultimii bani de pe car până la salariu. Te pupă, mule, să rămână. Băi, e greuț în pula mea, că trebuie să cumperi și terenul și chestii, nu știu cât de... O să văd cu împrumutul, că na, acum e, mă bag la 30 de ani. Băi, eu știu ce zici tu, Căline, stai că acum am analizat ce ai zis tu. Bă, tu ai dreptate teoretic dacă stai așa să te gândești că poți să o faci în pula ta, o faci în 10 ani, că n-ai nevoie de acum. Eu am zis, bă, de la 5 ani, când face filmul 5 ani încolo, o să fie cumva necesar, că până atunci, frate miu, nu e chiar atât de grabă, știi ce zic, că avem intimitate acolo de o ciungă. Încearcă ăștia să fie agresiv pe bottom ăsta cu aia, dar... Nu știu cum naiba s-au întors toți minionii spre celălalt. Bă, dacă îl prinzi acolo, nu o să mă bag. Cred că vine Jerva, nu? Nu știu unde e Jerva, nu cu aia. De n-ar fi soiul ăsta atât de prostuț, am putea să-i batem. Te asigur că și dacă ai banii, nu o termini dintr-o bucată. Bă, dacă faci împrumut, poți să cumperi direct una gata făcută, știi ce zic? Te pup cu veitule, pula salar de 2 săptămâni, dar donația lunară tot trebuie să intre oricum, te pup, golane, hashtag rezist, te pup, omule, să rămână. Băi, vă mulțumesc mult de tot, adevărat, adevărat. Din tot sufletul meu. Să vă dea Dumnezeu înzecit înapoi cu aia meu, să vi se îndeplinească orice gând, plan aveți voi. Iar e Jarvan de la puternicoaie de îmi bate toată harta? Da, îmi bate toată harta Jarvanul la coaie.
Și să-mi iau prada, adică fata aia îmbrăcată de la Prada. Nu stau, nu pot să stau, că aia e moarte clinică și nu o vreau. Nu e prima, nu e primul, fata asta îți ia mințile mai rău ca vinul. Nu te opri, tu, numai tu știi cum să faci să oprești timpul loc. Am tot, vreau tot, nu te opri, tu.
Nu știu dacă ați văzut asta să ia kilul mânca mi-ar coaiele să mi le mănânce. Bă, ce că-i prostuț? Era tare bun kilul ăsta pe mine. Kilul ăsta era GG-ul pe bată. Kilul ăsta pe Jarvan era GG-ul pe bată. Și colul a fost dat oricum de mine să vină pe bată, că i-am dat ping în pula mea să-mi vină pe bată, că știam că-mi vine Jarvanul. Că-l văzusem aici. Și era clar că dacă îl țin pe ăsta în turn o să-mi vină Jarvanul. Dar sunt foarte prostuți băieții. Doamne, ce bătaie o să le dau la ăștia după ce îmi termin un item, atât. Problema e că nu e nici foarte creier, soinul meu. Măcar de la soinul un pic creier. Am luat ceva solo XP ăsta. Să rămână, băi, vă pup! Mâncava școaiele voastre, să rămână Adi Armenciu, mersi mult de tot 10 luni de la Bagabon, te pup Cheta, sunt vei greu de tot pe canal Sport, te pup omule, să rămână mult de tot fratele meu de Dono. Și îți mulțumesc că ai fost atât timp alături de mine și Andrei DGU a venit și el cu 25 de luni, am pus-o. Păi cine ai pus-o? Dacă vrei pus-o, pui pe mine. Să rămână. Pupi, Cuveit, Alexandru, Adi, Andrei DGU, Andreuțu. Da, e un pic jungler huge diff. Atât vă zic. Problema e că nu mai am flash dacă îmi vine... E Zoe. Trebuie să dau ultă cu aia. Cred că e Jarvan pe bottom sau în continuare ăla. Da, e Jarvan pe bottom. Dar e prostuț ăla cu Soin, v-am zis că e tare prostuț. Eu nu-ți dau decât jumătate de HP pe la mișto. Dacă aveam multe erai mort. Băi, ce se întâmplă pe bottom, pe chat? Vreau să contribui și eu, te pup Cătălin, să rămână golane, te pup și îți mulțumesc mult de tot, fratelor, să rămână. Foarte lin, Cătă. Pupi, te pup TR69, mersi mult de tot, frate meu. A venit și Tere mâncaia șocului cu donou. Bă, kill-ul ăsta a fost impecabil. Și cu shutdown pe mine. Ce pot să cer mai mult de atât? Nu prea mană, aia aș cere niște mană dacă se poate. N-am mană de nimic. Băi, să rămână, vă pup, te pup TR69, 2 donații de la TR69, să contribui și eu la casa să-ți trăiască micuțul, să fie sănătos, te pup, frate. Pup, să rămână, băieți. Bă, nu înțeleg ce joacă Caisa asta, că teoretic o bat la farm, mai am și ăsta eu. În schimb, 1-3, 0-1, toate liniile mele pierd. Nu mai vreau un wave și o să stau să le iau. Nu, mai bine, mă dădeam back. Mai trebuia un minion cu aia. Putu-ți minionul, măti. Ah, ce prost am fost aici. Prost rău de tot. Să rămână, fraților, încă o dată vă mulțumesc mult de tot. Băi, Căline, ai să râzi, dar chiar dacă aia. Dar știi de ce? Pentru că așa am fost educat și crescut, înțelegi? Și mie mi se pare ireal ca cineva să vină să-mi doneze mie, înțelegi? În condițiile în care ceea ce facem noi cu aia e teoretic e și practic, înțelegi? Da, e ca o muncă, dar e gratis. Și sunt oameni care mă apreciază pe mine, că vezi tu, donațiile alea vin sub formă de apreciere cu aia. Înțelegi? Și mai vin și cu mesaje frumoase în pula mea. Joacă Jarvanul la peste Lee cu mult, coaie, cu mult, de rău de tot. Bă, cu mult, 15 clase peste el, coaie. 15 clase peste el, coaie. Are unul cu 3 liu meu. Te pupă, dumi. Să rămână, golane, să rămână. De casă nouă? Bă, da. Bine că am luat eu kill-ul. Tot a luat astea cu muisul ăsta. Tot a luat astea cu pișatul ăsta. Te bă, dar mersi mult de prelungirea abonamentului. Domi, mersi mult de tot, frate. Mi să rămână Tere încă o dată, Cătălin, Andrei DGU, Adi Armenciu, toată lumea. Vă mulțumesc din suflet. Vigenia, ai să râzi, dar chiar a stat la kill. Nu știu dacă ai observat, dar Liu ăla chiar a stat la kill. Ajunge. Coaie, pierd, deci e mă vreo linie de la mine care a câștigat? pula lui. Să vină prostul ăsta. Nu-mi place aici ce se întâmplă. No, e bad call, coaie, suntem, am murit. Da-te morții, mă. Da, mă, e... Îi dau surrender la meciul ăsta, îmi pare rău, băieți. Dar nu pot, nici nu vreau să mă chinui cu prostul ăsta. Ăsta nu intră în bază și prost, e surrender. Irelia și ăla sunt doi pișați în pula mea, ăștia doi. Asta, toată lumea a avut scor negativ în meciul ăsta. Nici nu merită să încerc, ești nebun. N-am ce să încerc, mai pierd timpul, mai bine jucăm ceva într-un meci în care chiar avem șanse. Te pup, Domi, mersi mult de tot, încă 50 de ron de la Bagabond pentru sfaturi, dacă vrei să las în privat, lucrez pentru un dezvoltator imobiliar în București, dacă te interesează ceva, da, chiar da. Nu știu momentan cât îmi dă împrumut, te pup cu ai meu, încă 50 de ron de la Bagabond, băi, te pup, să rămână mult de tot. Cătălin! Cătălin! Am mai venit cu încă 50 de ron, prea timp div, bă, eu știm div, ești nebun la cap și nici soinul meu nu era prea creier în pula mea. Lisinul meu e pământ de flori, Irelia. Bă, vreau și eu să mai ascult odată piesa asta. Sper să nu mă înjurați. Să rămână. Vreau și eu un respect pe chat acolo pentru oamenii ăștia. Vă rog eu mult de tot. Pentru Cătălin, Dumi, Darimi, Tere69, toată lumea acolo. Pentru toată lumea, ești nebun. Andrei Dăgău, Adi Armenciu, Cuveit, frumosul Alexandru, Andreuțu, toți, Gabriel Grecu, toți. Și toată lumea de pe chat, ești nebun. Te bupa de bălan. Ia uzi. Stai liniștit, Cătăline, te pup, golane. Stai liniștit, fratelor. Îmi iau săptămâna viitoare și membru că mă întorc în țară, că nu pot acum pe adresa asta din Suedia, nu merge. Stai liniștit, frățiorul meu. Îți mulțumesc că ești aici alături de mine, e tot ce contează cu aia câteodată. Salut, băicheta, să-ți trăiască minunea, să fiți fericiți. Adi Bălan, să-ți trăiască și ție toată familia, frate meu. Și tot ce iubești tu. Cheta, o să încerci Little Company cu băieții? Bă, am tot zis că vreau să-l încerc cu aia. Și în fiecare seară primesc întrebarea asta. Probabil că o să găsim o zi în care să-l încercăm, cu siguranță. Abel nu intră acum. Băi, de-abia aștept, miercuri terminăm și studio. Marți, miercuri, luni, marți, miercuri, luni nu. Marți sau miercuri. Pup acolo, vă să rămână, băieți, pentru respectul dat pe chat. Te apuci de podcast, Robert, după? Bă, dacă o să luăm și căsuța și astea, acolo probabil că o să am loc de podcast, cu siguranță. Aici, în apartamentul ăsta, n-am loc de podcast cu aia. Am zis eu că fac o manevră, etc., dar n-am cum, ești nebun. Dacă pun camera dintr-o cameră în alta, nu se vede nimic. Din cauza ta o să fiu panoramă mâine la muncă? Din cauza mea? De ce dai vina pe mine cu aia? Ce am făcut eu greșit? Te pup, Danezule, să rămână, frate, pentru cele 3 luni. Ia dați, bă, că vine și Zinedine! Ali! Să rămână, Zinedine Ali, mersi mult de tot, frate, să-ți dea Dumnezeu sănătate. Primul super chat de la Zinedine Ali, te bă. Bine. Băi, vă mulțumesc mult pentru cele aproape 800 de like-uri, apreciez. N-am zis, bă, bine, Zinedine. Da, mă, Zinedine. Cred că am închis ușa, că a lăsat nevastă mea ușa deschisă și trezesc în pula mea toată casa. Mi-am antifonat degeaba, ăsta aici, ești nebun. Păi da, dacă stau la tine pe live, da, păi asta praf, bă, te vina pe mine, mă, dacă e căline. Te duci și zici, mă, lua la mâine, îi zici că din cauza mea. Caperile și-am uneric în cameră. Ia bă, că a venit nebunul și cu a doua să moară faina mea, ce a dat acolo? Good job! Vezi că la 25 primești un blowjob. Pupi, frate, eu. Să rămână ține din Ali. Mersi mult de Togolane. Nu știu cum, cine i-a activat pe băieți, dar i-a activat. Uveită în pula mea. Și că pe asta să fac să mor, mâine primești mail de la el, dar bravo, bagă-mă pe mine la înaintare, că îi zic eu. Merge și piesa asta. Joacă piesa asta. Ia uzi. Să rămână zile din Ali, mersi mult de tot, frate, te pupice și eu. Bă, n-am mai jucat de foarte mult timp unde ăsta și mi s-a și cerut în pula mea. Și mi s-a și cerut cu aia. Păi logică, domn om, tu nu ai cerșit niciodată și mereu ai dat dovadă de respect față de abonații tăi. Bă, frate meu, o spui de parcă ar trebui să mă intereseze ce fac alții. Fiecare face ce îl duce capul, știi ce zic? Eu am o vorbă și o tot repet. Ăsta sunt, așa mă prezint, altul n-a făcut mama, știi ce zic? Ăsta sunt, pula mea, nu pot să mă schimb, nu pot să fiu diferit, nu pot să fiu altfel. Nu pot să fiu altfel. Că sunt bun pentru unii, rău pentru alții, muis pentru unii, de gașcă pentru alții. Nu încerc să mulțumesc pe nimeni, Alexandrule, știi ce zic? Eu intru, mă joc, stau cu oamenii de pe chat, mă bucur că sunt activ, mă bucur că sunt oameni cu care pot să vorbesc. Dacă există și susținere, înseamnă că mă iubește Dumnezeu, înseamnă că ceea ce fac bine, știi ce zic? Să rămână, Cătăline, Tomnușor, frate, eu te pup. Noapte bună, Mr. Cheta, o seară frumoasă și spor la meciuri, ne auzim cu mine la următorul live, multă sănătate. Adică mâine seară, te pup. Să te ating. Deci sunt aceiași Jarvan cu Zoe, cred. Jarvan, Zoe, prim-made, I think. Ești așa de că mă uit la tine, de la Entropia Robert? Păi ăsta sunt, frate meu. Cum m-ai spus, e singura persoană la care eu am considerat că se merită să donez pe live, te respecte, pe frate meu. Avem un gym puternic pe Batam, bă, sincer, ți-a făcut tine, nu-mi place atât de mult picul pe care l-am luat. Îți spun sincer că nu-mi place atât de mult picul pe care l-am luat. Adică nu sunt mândru de picul meu. Salut, mai ai șanse ca YouTuber nou să crești doar din live-uri cu LOL? Bă, Deadless, din nou, sunt multe chestii pe care le repet. Fă-o și dacă o faci din pasiune, cu aia meu, nu te interesează dacă ai 5, 10, 15, 20, 100 de persoane. Dacă ești făcut pentru asta, o să crești, înțelegi? Dacă nu ești făcut pentru asta, nu o să crești. Sunt o grămadă de youtuberi care de-a lungul timpului au rămas blocați la 50 de persoane pe live. Că nu focus, poate nu sunt focus pentru asta, sau poate 50 de persoane înseamnă mult. Nu știu, pula mea, habar n-am. Nu există dacă se merită. Eu când m-am apucat de YouTube, coaie, eu nu m-am gândit, bă, să o merita, mă, să fac asta, oare, coaie, să fac asta, se merită. M-am apucat și punct. De exemplu, la mine nu-i fomică, înțelegi? Eu nu fac TikTok, că poate dacă aș face TikTok în pula la câte tâmpenii fac eu să mă rămorți mea, aș face o grămadă de bani. Nu mi-e foame, eu nu fac păcănele, eu n-am făcut în viața mea promovări pe bani. A fost o modă când nu există YouTuber de pe platforma asta care să nu fi făcut promovări pe bani, fraților. Înțelegi? Când era fomică. Înțelegi? Eu n-am făcut niciodată. Că n-am făcut în viața mea. Eu n-am luat bani să promovez Instagram, n-am luat bani să promovez canale de YouTube, n-am luat bani să... N-am făcut-o. Înțelegi? Exact, 15. Nu, e ca un job, doar că îl faci din pasiune. Că sunt mulți care se duc la joburi cu aia și nu se duc din pasiune. Adică sunt foarte mulți care au un job și nu se duc. Eu de exemplu, am fost vânzător la Nike, da? După care am ajuns eu, mă rog, manager la ei, dar o făceam tot din pasiune cu aia. Știi de ce? Pentru că sunt vorbăreț, sunt foarte comunicativ și mie îmi plăcea să stau de vorbă cu oamenii. Că eu am învățat tehnologiile la Nike, le știu încă și în ziua de azi, după 7 ani, ești nebun. După 4 ani de când nu mai sunt la ei. Pentru că îmi plăcea, frate meu. Eu când intra clientul în magazin, mă duceam la el, îl întrebam dacă caută ceva anume, vreo pereche de pantofi pentru alergat, unde vrea să alerge cu ei, dacă a mai alergat până acum. Înțelegi? Pentru că îmi plăcea în pula mea, o făceam din pasiunea de a vorbi cu oamenii, de a cunoaște oameni. După care instructor de fitness, îmi place sportul, îmi plăcea sportul, că nu mai am timp, acum îmi place și acum, dar nu mai am timp, înțelegi? Și la fel, pasiunea de a vorbi cu oamenii. Cred că peste 80% din oamenii care nu se duc la job din plăcere, un studiu făcut, bă, asta pentru că e vina lor, coaie. Îți spun sincer că e vina lor. Trebuie să găsești acel ceva care să te facă să te duci la job. Eu când mă duceam la Nike, mă jur, uite, asta e Sfânta Cruce, coaie, m-am jurat, ești prost la cap. Nu mă jur că îmi bag pula, nu dovedesc nimic nimănui, eu mă duceam din plăcere, coaie. Eu mă duceam din plăcere. Ultima perioadă nu m-am mai dus din plăcere pentru că băgam atât de multe ore live, înțelegi, și instructor de fitness, încât nu mai puteam, coaie, eram mort de oboseală. Gândiți-vă că eram și la Nike de la 9 dimineața până la 3 după amiaza, de la 4-5 eram în parc, aveam antrenamente, da? Și seara de la 10 eu dădeam drumul la live, fraților. Înțelegeți? Voi cum stă treaba? Și la un moment dat n-am mai putut. Am zis, bă, ok, am înțeles, dar... Bă, e bine că am făcut invade noi, un kill ăsta. Eu sunt tot instructor, fac din plăcere de 7 ani și am 3 concursuri la activ. Bravo, frate meu, bravo, Marius Marcu. Eu nu mai arăt cu aia, meu, că s-a dus pe pulă, știi ce zic? Dacă te uiți la mine pe Instagram, Marius Marcu, o să vezi acolo un clip în care arătam și eu decent. Nu e întotdeauna cum vrei tu, sunt oameni care nu au de ales și merg la orice ar prinde ca să pună ceva pe masă la copii. Băi, Sorin Messi, sunt perfect de acord cu tine, coaie meu, nu zic nu, dar știi ce, trebuie să faci și compromisuri. Adică la modul compromisuri ce înseamnă? Ok, lucrezi, nu știu, într-un domeniu în care nu-ți place, să zicem, da? Frate meu, dormi mai puțin, pui mâna pe un curs care consideri tu că îți place, că e de frizer, că e de hairstylist, că e de machiaj, că e de videochat, că e de ceva, înțelegi, dormi mai puțin și încerci să faci ceva cu cursul respectiv. Și o să zici, da, pula mea, e greu, că nu știu ce, că la. Păi, mai zi-mi că e ușor, fratele meu. Eu cum pula mea, tocmai ți-am explicat, am avut teoretic 3 joburi cu YouTube-ul și mi-am pierdut o relație de 5 ani din cauza asta, frate meu, că nu mai aveam timp să o fut, înțelegi? Pentru că aveam 3 joburi. Acum cu YouTube-ul și atât, fratele tău mai are și el timp să dea o bucă. Înțelegi? Dar mi-am asumat coaie. Mi-am asumat. Și când m-a întrebat dacă sunt sigur că vreau să continui să fac asta, i-am răspuns din toată inima că da. Știi de ce? Pentru că îmi plăcea ceea ce făceam coaie. Nu puteam să renunț la niciunul. Da, puteam să renunț la Nike. Dar dacă renunțam la Nike în perioada aia, nu mai aveam de unde să mănânc. Înțelegi? Că Nike era singurul venit stabil. Și în felul ăsta a trebuit să le fac cumva pe toate ca să pot eu să mă întrețin, să pot să-mi fac toate chestiile să fie bine, știi? Și ăla a fost un compromis cu aia. Am tras din greu ca să pot să ajung în momentul ăsta în care, uite, vezi, să pot să fac o singură chestie și să pot să mă și întrețin din ea. Și îi mulțumesc lui Dumnezeu că m-a ajutat să ajung în punctul ăsta. Vă spun sincer cu aia. Pentru că, repet, sunt foarte mulți în domeniul ăsta de YouTube care poate n-au avut norocul meu. Înțelegi? Pula mea, iar Jarvan, mă. Băi, cu aia, banezi Jarvan. Deci nu mai banezi Rengar, nu mai banezi nimic, banezi Jarvan. Vă jur că banezi Jarvan. Să mă dau back. Bă, ai pierdut destul de mult păr din 2019 până acum, exact. Mulți vor să facă totul de pe zi pe alta, puțin vor înțelege cum trebuie ceea ce le spui. Bă, coaie, bă, dovezi în pula mea, uitați-vă pe canalul Mărcăcheta, clipurile de la început. Eu până am făcut primele donații, ești nebun la cap, vorba lui băiatul ăla, mi-a căzut părul din cap. Doar că nu alergam după asta. Știi ce îmi plăcea mie la titlul de YouTuber? Faptul că cunoșteam oameni, îmi făcusem prieteni, pe Harry Pateu, pe Shadow, Anonim, băieții care sunt la început și culmea știi care? Că mulți dintre ei încă sunt lângă mine și mă văd cu ei și ies cu ei la bere. Au fost la mine la nuntă, ești nebun? Adică pentru mine ăla era cel mai mare câștig, știți de ce? Pentru că eu eram gamer, am făcut din pasiune, sunt gamer, îmi place să mă joc în pula mea, eu înainte să mă apuc de streaming am fost challenger pe LOL în sezonul 3. Înțelegi? O făceam din pasiune, stăteam oricum pe calculator câteva ore bune pe zi. Era relaxarea mea, asta era relaxarea mea, îmi plăcea să stau să mă joc. Cum pentru alții poate relaxarea e să, nu știu, să facă alte prostii, pentru mine asta a fost relaxarea mea. Și relaxarea pe care am avut-o eu m-a dus în punctul în care sunt acum. Să cunosc și mai mulți oameni, să fac o grămadă de prieteni. Ba da, încă e contul celălalt cu aia, e Mărcăcheta, ce cum să nu mai fie? Cum să nu există? Stați că trebuie să fiu și un pic atent în pula mea la meci aici, că ăștia-s vagabonți. Bă, frumos aici. Superb, nu că frumos. Fiecare și-a luat kill-ul, tovarășul Pike și-a luat asistul. Toată lumea și-a făcut treaba, ești nebun. Frumos, frumos. Bă, nu o să iau asta, am nevoie de bani. Acum ce job ai? Sunt full-time streamer acum, frate meu. Tocmai despre asta vorbeam, că până să ajung să fiu full-time streamer, să am niște oameni care să mă aprecieze și le mulțumesc încă o dată cu aia, că nu e nimeni obligat. Eu nu-mi pun nici goluri cu aia, foarte rar mi-am pus goluri în pula mea. Nu mi-am pus acum golul că vreau să-mi iau casă. Că nu mi-am pus în pula mea. Dacă îmi donează cineva bine, dacă îmi bișea cineva membru la mine bine, dacă nu, eu sunt același om aici în fiecare seară, cu sau fără goluri, cu sau fără donații. Asta nu înseamnă că cei care își pun goluri, Doamne ferește, sunt diferiți în sensul rău al cuvântului. Nu, pula mea, doar că eu nu cer, nu. De multe ori golul ajută, clar. Ola.
Să rămână, nu vă supărați. Știți cumva unde locuiește Vlad Dobrescu? Ok, fin, bravo lui. Ia uzi.
Bă, ce joacă Jarvan ăștia, bă. E meta de Jarvan, nu știu ce pula mea.
liceu, că în sfârșit văd viitor un gol fost al meu. Și-am nevastă, bani, o casă și doi copii. Mai pe scurt am obținut tot ce-mi pot dori. Cât de mare e casa, câte camere sunt, nu contează. Poți fi doar în câte o cameră pe rând. Cei mai important e dacă minte-i calm și vindecat. Deci sun la interfon să scot pe interval. Mă poftește înăuntru, pare bine. Cel puțin a dispărut disperarea din privire. Bănuiesc că vrei să știi cu ce mă cup. Nu, cred că cel mai bine ți arăt camera de lucru. Și înăuntru mai se intru
303 1 de 1. Eu nu înțeleg fizul meu de ce nu face romuri.
M-am gândit să-ți urmez sfatul să nu fac hip-hop. Dar beat-ul mă tot trăgea înapoi ca pe Carlito. Nu m-am oprit înscris hit că nu-mi ieșeau hituri.
De ce s-a băgat paicul meu cu aia? De ce s-a băgat paicul meu? E bine că te-ai apucat din timp, eu acum la 23 de ani nu știu ce șanse mai sunt. Deja a evoluat lumea și domeniul e cam saturat. Bă, Deadless, frate meu, la 23 de ani m-am apucat și eu. Păi cam așa e, bă, chinzule, frate meu, toată lumea vrea repede. Dar nu e chiar așa în pula mea.
Un pachet nou de beat-uri de la Sezi. Eu nu înțeleg cum poate să nu-ți pese. Vrei să fii rege, nu mai face până bunul. N-ai sacrificat vreodată vreun pion? Probabil ești unul. N-o să existe vreun străin misterios să bage fise. Fii serios, astea-s vise de videoceatiste. Tot ce conta, singurul care te oprea ești tu. Întoarce-te și dus la capăt opera. Tot ce am primit e o monedă la schimb. Dar a văzut multe, e nouă și veche în același timp. Mi-aduce aminte că nu e niciodată prea târziu. Din seară mai bag o fisă și încep iar să scriu. Acum știu. Ha! Yeah, hai să mai plătesc o datorie. Am făcut piesa asta cu Tommy. Eram doar pe refren, dar mă bag și eu pe Superstar Remix. Eu visam la o pereche de superstar, că Run DMC mi se păreau super tari. Și voiam să fiu și eu ca ei.
Ai, mă.
În fine am găsit numai la second hand sau second food. I-am luat de la un prieten bun, jumătate măsură mai mici și rup deja. Dar aveam perechea mea, nici nu-mi păsa cum era. Eu pe atunci eram doar un copil.
Trebuie să am grijă care e eșul tău.
Mâna și un picior pentru un Adidas și un ceas. Când le strângi te simți bine, dar până la urmă o să te strângă ele pe tine. Mai târziu am visat că puteam o regină.
Băi, eu nu înțeleg ce a vrut să zică cu saturat. N-ai, mă, cum, bă, iar îmi pierde toată echipa cu aia. A murit aici. Diferența între Jana și Paicu, mă. E greu meciul ăsta cu aia. E, frumosul Alexandru, trecutul meu tumultos. E încă aici, jerva, nu cu aia. Ce v-am zis? Îi face shadow lui băiatul ăsta de s-a plictisit și ăsta, ești nebun la cap. Nu știu cât ajutor poate să mai primească. Te bun, fratele Hades, să rămână golane de cele 33 de luni. Dacă aveam alta de carry, poate aveam o speranță la meciul ăsta, băieți, dar așa, nu știu ce să zic. E greu, foarte greu. Uitați-vă de și mi-a dat Jana aia. Vă rog eu mult de tot.
La noi în cartier, pe viitor cred unii Axis Mundi s-o să treacă prin closetul Uniunii. Noi păgânii responsabili de dragul recesiunii, cu speranța mântuirii spunem da infracțiunii. La noi în cartier, adică la periferie, NUP-ul și divorțul se constituie bucurie. Banii sunt curent electric, dacă vrei alegorie. Când bancomatul n-are lumânare, sar din garanție. La noi în cartier, cartier de nota 10. să facă bani și să plece. Roata pătrată se îndurche cu mită sau sânge rece. Viața stă pe loc, dar timpul trece. La noi cartier, campionii la sticlă știu că prostia nu se vindecă.
Nu dau de mijlocul ăla, mă.
Că săraci nu fac umbră mulțumiți cu ce pică. Și dacă tragi adânc în piept, miroase a frică. La noi cartier, soarele răsare gratis. Ca sifilisul terțiar, fix după catarsis. Norii de cannabis dau un aer optimist că-și ne pișăm.
Bă, eu înțeleg ulta mea, dar ulta ta... Ce pula mea a fost ulta aia?
Și nici nu râd, și nici nu plâng, și nici n-ascultă rugăciuni. Suntem imuni la predică și mai presus de pasiuni. Ținem dorințele perverse ascunse printre slăbiciuni. La noi în cartier, printre atâtea stricăciuni, încă mai găsești români care se simt români.
Bă, eu acum am văzut cine e Jacksul, mă. Jacksul e accent cu aia, mâncați-i și pulat. Jacksul meu e accent, ești nebun? L-a bătut ești. Vezi? Hai cum meu are 0-8. 0-8. 0-8 are asasinul meu. Asta e asasin, nu e suport, îți dai seama. E killer. Asta e killer. Eu, mă, n-am damage nici să iau ăla cu aia. Bă, vezi că stăm decent pe like-uri, fratele Hades, și ce zic, pentru perioada asta ce a fost acum, stăm decent pe like-uri în pula mea. A fost nasol perioada asta pe like-uri. Care 4-1 e și ăla.
Que lo diferente al tuyo, cosas similares pasan. Allí explotan cabezas como si fueran calabazas. En nuestro barrio crecimos entre balaceras.
Un pic fi dat, nu? Un pic fi dat, a zice. Îl bate și pe ăsta cu aia. Mamă, 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 ce gunoi, ce gunoi. Lega surrender-ul. Îl bate și pe ăsta. Uitați-vă, bă, uitați-vă, bă, uitați-vă, bă, ce... Uite, bă, free kill-uri, bă, uitați-vă, bă, free kill-uri, bă! Ce gunoaie umane cu aia.
Incrustado en tu mente. La noi în cartier cu băieții la o lumină bleagă. Se citește citirică noaptea întreagă. Eu am stat ani de zile în școală rangă, unde clasa de codnare a fost colega mea de bancă. La noi în cartier de fel e destul de tare. Aici se văd atâta, dar nimic de pus în rame. Cu inima în din și refierul poți scăpa de foame. Aici te duci la muncă atunci când toată lumea doarme. La noi în cartier, printre fum și băutură, băgăm și o fărâmă de cultură în căpățână. Aici dăm cu zarul, când nu ne ajută cartea, ne ținem singur partea, ne sărbăm zilele noastre.
Trebuie să ne ia ăsta baza cu aia. Că nu vor să dea surrender în pula mea.
La noi în cartier nu e timp de povești dacă te culci prost. Când te deștepți tot prost ești.
Bane Jarvan următorul meci cu aia, că sunt foarte proști ăștia. Sunt prea proști în pula mea cu aia. Nu știu să joace versus ăla. Efectiv nu știu să joace versus Jarvan cu aia. Are 5-0-7, al doilea meci în care ne bate un Jarvan puternic rău. Deci mă joc Jin în cel mai prost combo posibil, cu gank-uri date de către adversari, inclusiv de Zoe, și îmi câștig linia, și singurul care își câștigă linia de fapt, și ai mei toți pierd. N-am cum să joc serios, n-am cum după aia să vreau să joc, ești nebun? Graves-ul ăsta să moară bărbații de mine dacă nu și-a dat toate skill-urile în pizdă. În pizdă și le-a dat coaie. N-a nimerit, un skill n-a nimerit coaie de când am început meciul și prost n-am văzut nici W1 și nimerește coaie. Hai cum are 0,9 în 18 minute. A murit de 2 ori pe minut cu aia. Eu ăla nu-i dau damage. Jarvan ăla nu-i dau damage pe aia, îl gâdil maxim. Ce glumă de damage. Ăsta nu se bagă, mă. 0 cu 10 vreau să zic. Sunt curios ce până face accent pe top acolo, face ceva sau? Să-mi iau până și word-urile mi le ia cu aia. Deci mi-am pierdut timp să pierd un minion aici pe bottom ca să ia pai cu word-ul. Să stea la seed la word cu aia. Trebuia și mie ăla, dar poate pic. Aia fa baron. Un pic prosus Jarvan aici.
Cu siguranță știe mult prea multe pentru vârsta ei. Uite cum te ține după fusta ei. Bre, te-a făcut din vorbe două. O să-ți aduc mâncare la spitalul nou. Nu, te joci cu focul, nu-i de tine. Nu știu cum n-ai văzut, are ceva în privire. N-ar fi trebuit să uiți un lucru. O fi bine îmbrăcată, dar goală pe dinăuntru. Are inima de piatră, e fată deșteaptă. Tu ești prostul care încă o așteaptă. Bre, n-auzi că joacă în altă ligă. N-auzi când toată lumea strigă. E sofisticată, mă. Vezi cum se îmbracă, mă. Nu mai bani, zice, lasă-mă. Tipa asta e o pagubă, nu e de tine. Că-i sofisticată, mă. Prea sofisticată, mă. Sofisticată, mă.
Bă, au luat baron, nu știu dacă l-are trin, da. Nu știu dacă l-are prostul ăla. Ce dă Zoe? Sparge, ești nebun, da, l-are. Wow! Nu mai are coaie. Hai să facem și noi asta, vă rog eu mult de tot. Mi-am bătut pula de ea acolo. Coaia, W-urile mele au fost impecabile, orice s-ar zice. Am avut niște W-uri foarte bune. Adică au prins targete importante în momentele respective. Mamă, ce cuvinte folosesc să mă bată tata. Au intrat ăia rău, bă, un pic cam da. Mamă, ăla e mai prostuț cu aia. Asta cu trinta e slab rău. Ce pot să greșească și Zoe. Ăla nu mai are flash. Ăla era ce mai fi dat de la ei cu aia, dacă a picat la găgă. Atât de prost e Graves ăla cu aia, e degeaba ai fi dat, că e prost cu aia, e... Ăla cu Graves e slab. E slab rău. Mă jur că e slab rău cu aia. Omul a făcut kill-uri, dar a făcut kill-uri că dă damage campionul cu aia, că ca și gameplay. Bă, zbușiți rău, bă, zbușiți de soartă, bă. Schimbă pe gunoiul ăsta de spike, bă. Nu trebuie să-l judec eu cu aia meu, că Dumnezeu e mare, știi ce zic? Ce a făcut el acolo e nasol rău de tot. Știi ce zic? Și o să existe o karmă mai devreme sau mai târziu.
original. Mă iau de tine cum sau la Jay-Z de nași. Ne purtăm de parcă am fi Rockefeller. Suntem la nivel înalt, ai grijă să nu cazi. Că facem piruete ca Tasmanian Das. Oh, facem simplu și pas cu pas, ca să simți toba și linia de bas. Bas, basă, 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 basul vibrează până îți dă sângele pe nas. Fac pe bossul arogant ca Dame Dash, că sunt dublu MVP ca Steve Nash. Rapid ca Dwayne Wade.
Bă, trebuie să luăm ori Dragon, ori Baron, asta clar. Aia să duc la Baron cu aia. În gură, ia bă. Eu mi-am zis că am câștigat meciul ăsta cu aia. Ce mai plăcut meci? Da, Spike a furat. Ula mea. Cu aia, și aia a ridicat coada, două morții. Din game. Mă refer la Zoia aia care a ridicat coada, știi ce zic? Te pup, Andres. Da, e vina lui aia și a lui Spike, clar. Deci am dat flash clean că eram tiltat în pula. Iri, te referi la broscuța mea? Ăsta e gogoșarul meu. Să rămână, fratele Hades. Fasole bătută, mănânce capul. Bă, e 1 la 1 la ochi. E 1 la 1 la ochi cu Sabina, ești nebun? Are ochii mari ca ea. Dar seamănă și cu mine, om. Te pup, Iri, te pup. De la brâu în jos, soare la fel de mare ca a ta? Vezi că e destul de dotat, băiatul. Dar chiar de unde numele de ketaminol? Poveste lungă, frate. Am consumat niște sticle când eram mai mic. La chelie seamănă cu tine, Maxim? Cred că vrei să te fac cum e fasolea asta, Angelo, adică bătută. Răzvan, când eram pe ștam cu aia am consumat vitamină. Dar nu vă recomand. Cam de ce nu fiu bulangiu, Angelo? Mănânc fasole bătută cu aia. In-game totul, clar, da. În familia se adună. In studio e problemă la radio. Ba, trebuia bani Jarvan, ala banatora. E bun. Ce divizie ești? Pe contul ăsta sunt Diamond 2. Mă rog, încă un mes și într-un Diamond 1. Câte mă să egal Chetaminul squad. Adică brigada, cum ar veni brigada lui Cheta. Deci că fasole egal vitamine B și nu-i rău, nu-i rău. Că bine zice Spike, coarda ta are numărul meu. Mi-ai făcut poftă de fasole, nu de altceva? Dacă se leagă acum, ascultați piesa asta. Ascultați piesa asta. Zici că cântă Spike despre el, să-mi bag pula dacă nu cu aia. Nu știu cum unii artiști reușesc să facă niște piese în care se regăsesc ei pe ei după ceva timp. Cum și Nane are niște piese, o să vă pungi de la Nane. Dar auzi-o pe asta. Auzi piesa asta. Deci, domnule Spike, Livia v-a transformat în câine. Pentru că v-a transformat în câine în ce sens? În sensul că v-ați trădat un prieten pentru o bucată de pizdă. Mai pe scurt cum ar veni, știi ce zic? Adică pentru o bucată de dodoașcă v-ați trădat un prieten. Legea prieteniei zice în felul următor, când vine vorba de femei. Că sunt câteva femei pe lumea asta de care nu ai voie să te atingi. Că n-ai voie să te atingi. Sunt o grămadă femei cu ai meu. Și în calitate de artist, cred că ți-era ușor să găsești o femeie mult mai frumoasă ca Livia. Știi ce zic? Bă, Marius Marcu, chiar că. Bă, de foame, Lucian. Auzi ce zice în versul ăsta? Că ți-ai dat prietenii pe pizdă. Au!
cameră cu dureri de așchi înfipte. Cât de dureros poate deveni sentimentul ăsta.
Mai tare de atât?
Mesaj pentru gagică ta. Bă, proasto, ia spune fără să minți. Te-ai pus tu spray-ul vaginal lângă periuța mea de dinți. Nu de alta, dar am un gust ciudat în gură și parcă îl simt când beau după gagică tot din acea sticlă. O, tu frumoasa din pădurea adormită.
Mai știe cineva ce nume avea Grey's ăla?
Sunteți un fel de Romeo și Julieta. Pe toți sfinții, măcar de-ați muri și voi în aceleași condiții. Dacă mă auzi reține, prietene, oricine poate susține, crede-ne. Femeia ta te-a transformat în câine și ce rău ne pare. Dacă mă auzi reține, prietene, oricine poate susține, crede-ne. Femeia ta te-a transformat în câine și ce rău ne pare. Dă-ți singur un cuvânt în plus, un sfat, o veste. E complicat să spun de ce rostesc această poveste.
Bă, nu-i rău.
Cu care odată împărțeam un măr, dispar atât de des încât mă plictisesc să-i număr. Cu sumăr la umăr cu mine, îmi ajungi până la gleznă. Că pe mine ele nu mă țin în leză. Și chiar dacă aș fi sub apuc fără speranță, tot ea saluta cu drag pe ea pe care știu de o viață. Oare sunt unic? Nu. Sunt pur și simplu treaz la cât de dură e realitatea. Tu mă lași fără has, la cât de simple sunt femeile. Bă, tâmpitule, cum se face că tu te complici cu toate pocăitele? Plăcerea ta se transformă în durere de când în casa găți o ți-ai inima îndins cu tot cu artere. Nu ești în stare să spui, femeie, tu nu poți vedea că ești pierdută în pe acolo jos pe undeva. Acum convinge-te singur că, fără să știi, noi am dispărut și în jurul tău se aud doar greierii. Te-aș bate cu ochii închiși fără pic de importanță, așa că dă singur impresia că te simți în siguranță. Faptele mărturisesc mentalitatea talentă, mai ales că ai 20 de ani și vrei să porți verighetă. Ești prafă și că tot veni vorba încă ceva. Copiii tăi să nu spună unchiule, ci inamicul lui tata.
Chiar că e inamicul lui tata. Te susține, crede-ne, mea ta te-a transformat în câine și ce rău ne pare.
Dacă mă auzi reține, prietene, oricine poate susține, crede-ne. Femeia ta te-a transformat în câine și ce rău ne pare.
Cam nasol pentru Jinx să rateze minioni așa pe pressure, pe push, pe astea.
Calima rutina, ne fute retina. Nu mai sta degeaba, du-te ia mașina. Cheta cochetă, nu strică deloc. Ne trebuie ceva ca să luăm din loc. Schimbă cartela, bagă Vodafone. Trebuie mâna solă ca Banc Tacatone. Mare brigadă pe 4 roți. Tăia din spate, super morți. Bagă de 6, 1 geană pe geam. În casă și baba avem 1 de 1 gram. Bagă viteză, brigată prin plan. La 100 metri gardă, aruncă pe geam. Remură tablet, devine tubul de vas. Ne-o frică de fa secundă ca să luăm ceva.
Vă dau imediat muzica mai încet.
Urmează puca pino. Într-un club începe hasul. Fac un pas, mă apasă basul. Totul-i stins, lumea s-a încins. Mai vezi cât un cui aprins. Fete suspecte, fotocuri cochete. Se fut la baie bete. Cete de fete dansează pe toace. Una de-asta te nace, te face să te iei de cap. Ce cur bombat, băga mea și poți să-mi bag. Hei mama sita ta, ia zi ta. Mama ta te-a învățat să te miști așa. Gata, gata, că sunt gata să fac o sticlă de geac, dar mă dă peste cap. Nu contează de fapt, sunt însetat, setat, să plec spart. E trecut de 12 și deja sunt varză. Stau și mă întreb cum ajung acasă. Cum ajung acasă. Cum ajung acasă. E trecut de 12 și deja sunt varză. Stau și mă întreb cum ajung acasă. Cum ajung acasă. Cum ajung acasă. Aici e party, frate. Ar trebui să fii cu de toate ca la Dristorleg, noi prietenii.
Avem echipă.
De treabă, mamă, de pus în ramă, mamă. Nu sunt de la de stradă, dar asta vor să pară. Cu tricou și ochelari, cu un bou, dar are bani. Vrea senzații de alea tari, dar e frică de golani. Și pe unde pic, mai sare și un plic. E și de băut un pic, n-am cum să nu mă stric. Pe unde merg, petrec, nu mă joc. Pe unde trec, nu rămâne deloc. Și cine mă vrea, mă place așa. Și cine nu, ce să zic, pula mea. Rămân aici în lumea mea, că sunt stăpân pe ea. Fitul model de sticla aproape, fitul mă ia de model, nu la fac.
Scuze că era tare muzica. Dar rău, Alex, am un gol 5. Ce la mine să intrăm pe la Chinzule? Bă, nu-l fi dat pe Rengar că e nasol. Mă, fi fata asta, mă, cu Serafin? Are numele Barbie, se joacă Serafin. Are un skin de zici că e Barbie. O fi tot doașcă, mă? Coaie, uitați-vă ce piesă mi intră să...
Șmenarii, peștii, hoții, drogații, târfele, gaborii, toți știu cortina n-o să cade nici dacă-mi fac ăștia sicriu, pentru că atunci o să fiu viu prin tine. Știu să pun strada pe CD, a fi sau a nu fi, în cartier poezie, ai viața, versurile sunt banii. Zilele trec anii din ce în ce mai repede, viitor nelimitat, pot să mor nimeni să afle. E așa cum a fost și cum va fi întotdeauna, pentru totdeauna. Pe stradă contează suma și tot ce ține de respect. Nu dai, nu ai, nu mai vrea nimeni să muncești.
Ce-ți că cumpă 50 de pară nivelul de trai. Să-mi păia une, da. Te pupă, Vergo. Au. Ce zici, mă, Vergonis? N-am să uit vreodată banii pe show.
Se spune niciun viitor pentru golanii de pe stradă, nimic pentru ei, nimic lasă cadă, nici bănică nu a vrut să se ducă la pușcărie, dar nu e mereu așa cum ai vrea să fie, mai ales dacă tu nu faci nimic pentru tine, mai ales dacă îți faci mai mult rău decât bine, te doare fix în pulă despre lege, dar stop.
Ce timing cu aia? Ce timing să-mi vină ăsta fix pe bată, fix acum? Care era timingul? Care era timingul? Nu joc Gene Letality, frate. Că nu merită Angelo. Nu înțeleg ce vrei să zici, Vergo. Pula mea n-are rost să dorm. Ce frumos se fidează cu mătru.
Nu am pactul cu diavolul, dar nici cu Dumnezeu. Poți să spui băpaș, vagabond, decbedeu. Toți Să-mi spui cum vrei că nu îmi pasă. Cei pe care îi iubesc mă așteaptă acasă. Dacă-i vorba despre rasă, atunci zic că sunt latin. Încă o dată pentru vagabonții care mă susțin. Sirenele se aud în cartier. Vine gata să ne bage după gratile de fier. Nu am decât iubire.
Nu se face calitate de frichel.
Pentru Chiflă și Luana, pentru Uzi și Liana. Tata e m-a învățat să pun primul vers pe foaie. Întotdeauna pentru totdeauna în familie. Se știe, cu greu vă felie.
Ai, fute-mă și...
Plecați pe undeva, pe la vreun concert în țară. E seară, apară târpele, sunt iar pe stradă. Și ele fac parte din treaba asta murdară. Băieții din cartier sunt tentați să facă multe. Noroc că cineva acolo sus să-i asculte. Mai ridic un pahar și închin pentru cartier. Cu băieții mei aici, la un alt nivel.
A zis un prieten pe Discord că dacă te prinde pe stradă te joacă în picioare, frate, așa a zis? Dar nu vrea să mă joace între picioare, mă, redule? Spune că eu ies mereu cu mama afară. Treaba lui. 110 kg, campioană mondială pe gătit. Bună ultimata lui Serafin, n-a fost chiar de rău. Eu eram Discordul pe care a scris mesajul. Adică
Bună seara, doamnelor, domnișoarelor, târfelor și domnilor. Bine ați venit la emisiunea noastră, tot după blocuri. Gazdele dumneavoastră, ca și până acum, sunt Cati, Tataie și Uzi. În această seară vom vorbi despre un subiect de multe ori ocolit: anturajul.
n-aveam ce să fac. Decât poate să mă fi dat un pic înapoi, dar...
Și părțile lui negative. Să-i dăm drumul. Viața ta, nu uita, anturajul este tot, asta nu se va schimba. A fost sau nu cu tine, ai fost sau nu cu el, nu mai contează unde, când și în ce fel. Viața ta, nu uita, anturajul este tot, asta nu se va schimba. A fost sau nu cu tine, ai fost sau nu cu el, nu mai contează.
Ce-mi place stilul ăsta de jungler. Îmi place mult rău de tot cu aia, îmi place mult rău de tot.
Un homar poate suspină la pușcărie. Mă duc, mamă, sunt dependent de heroină. Anturajul a fost doar un exemplu, totul depinde de tovarăș, depinde cine se fute cu tine, dacă are bani la tine, dacă ai bani la el. Din orice motiv și în orice fel, nu poți să stai deoparte, nu poți să nu te bagi. Totul de la spate te împinge ca să faci ce? Pentru tot ce am să fac, am să răspund, domn ofițer. Viața ta, nu uita, anturajul este.
Nu știu dacă să-l înjur pe Graves.
A fost sau nu cu tine, ai fost sau nu cu el, nu mai contează unde, când și în ce fel. Viața ta, nu uita, anturajul este tot, asta nu se va schimba. A fost sau nu cu tine, ai fost sau nu cu el, nu mai contează unde, când și în ce fel. Când o arzi cu o combinație în portbagaj, primul lucru pe care îl fac, sun la anturaj. Dai de belea, tot el e primul care știe, îi prefer pe 10 tăi în loc.
Nu pot să scriu. Se de FF15. E de FF15, băieți ăsta.
Nimic nu se uită. Ești legat de anturaj și el de tine. Dacă ție îți merge treaba și pentru el e bine.
Te pupă, Finuțu.
Dai seama dacă e tovărășie atunci când o să fie în buzunare doar 1000. Ca și tine am luat-o și eu pe un drum. Mi-a preferat pe cei cu Nike celor.
Meciul ăsta e de surrender.
De-aia am acum mafia lângă mine, care mă îndrumă, mă îndreaptă spre bine, ține la mine. Viața ta, nu uita, anturajul este tot, asta nu se va schimba. A fost sau nu cu tine, ai fost sau nu cu el, nu mai contează unde, când și în ce fel. Viața ta, nu uita, anturajul este tot, asta nu se va schimba. A fost sau nu cu tine, ai fost sau nu cu el, nu mai contează unde, când și în ce fel. Anturajul înseamnă viața ta, dar nu uita în ce fel. A fost sau nu cu tine, ai fost sau nu cu el. În cartier, în oraș, prins în anturaj, mereu cât o schimbare, cât un nou personaj. Viața ca atare și mulți sunt lângă tine, dar asta nu înseamnă că totul e bine. Poate fi oricum, poate fi ultimul drum, poate fi ceva mai rău sau ceva mai bun. Puțin în fiecare zi încerci să te schimbi, începi să elimini și începi să te prinzi. Rămâi între ai tăi, asta contează, faci tot.
Păi asta se duce în 2 iteme deja cu aia.
Bulangii și căcănac vor fi întotdeauna, atâta timp cât bani o să conducă lumea. Eu îi fac pe bani să nu mă facă ei pe mine, pentru toți ai mei, numai bine. Viața ta, nu uita, nu uita. Anturajul este tot, asta nu se va schimba. A fost sau nu cu tine, ai fost sau nu cu el. Nu mai
Mam, încă un kill, da.
viața ta, nu uita, nu uita. Anturajul este tot, asta nu se va schimba. A fost sau nu cu tine, ai fost sau nu cu el. Nu mai contează unde, când și în ce fel.
Ai făcut un kill Jinx ăla. Dar vreau să mă bag cu aia că ăla nici măcar nu-și dăduse hook în pula mea. Da, mă bate din W-uri ăla, dacă se chine un pic Jinx-ul ăla, mă bate din W-uri. Mai bine dădeai recall-ul cu aia. Te bubuc timp. Asta se ia kill-ul. Sper să dea surrender la următorul surrender, dar nu cred.